So first ball of the day on a line, on a length, just outside off stump. That outside edge guides it down towards the slips. Time to say good morning to Shane Bond.
Morning, David. It was disappointing in some respects. We didn't get to see this partnership continue on last night. It was something special. New Zealand get a little bit of respite and the opportunity to come back refreshed, desperate for an early breakthrough.
Well, it's an inside edge this time that sees the first 2 runs of the day. So Matt Henry just hitting a line, hitting a length straight away, and we'll have to wait and see whether the pitch has freshened up a bit overnight with the covers. Have to see what movement is available first thing this morning. That's the length, isn't it? That's the line, that's the length to hit.
Yeah, I think speaking to a number of the New Zealand bowlers this morning, they were pretty honest in their assessment with that area is the area. Bringing Harry Brook forward, challenging that off stump, they just weren't there long enough and consistently enough over the day's play. I think Southey and Henry were, but the support act was just lacking a little bit.
Yeah, I'd agree. First one with a bit of oomph behind it. Yeah, but you've got to offer as much encouragement as you can, both as a bowler and as a captain there, Tim Southey. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Southey was very, very good with the new ball, as was Matt Henry. For both of them, in fact, as the day wore on, the story changed as well. But the support act wasn't there. New Zealand didn't quite have the oomph to keep the pressure on. Still really looking for the middle of the bat, isn't he, this morning? Everyone has to start afresh, start of a new day, including a man on, well, he was 182 at the start of the day, 184 rather at the start of the day, he's 186 now.
Yeah, I did enjoy his post innings interview at the end of the day, very candid, very refreshing. Talked ahead and got that double century. He's looking to push forward to that. So there will be a little bit of nerves for him. But no, it's always nice to walk to the crease when you're on a score like 180.
It's a good stop. And it's the end of the over 2. 317 for 3. Yeah, it's always lovely, isn't it? I still vaguely remember it from all those years ago, to stride out in the morning when you got a couple of runs to your name already. But you do have to start again. That's the thing. You have to get get yourself attuned back to the pitch and conditions. And you assume nothing, take nothing for granted.
Tim Southey going to start the day into a gentle breeze here. Yesterday we saw a very gusty wind. I know a couple of New Zealand bowlers found that challenging. New Zealand's most consistent bowler. What England did well yesterday was see off the 2 opening bowlers, understanding that their opportunities to score would perhaps get greater as the day wore on, when these 2 weren't at the bowling crease. So New Zealand again desperate for that wicket, going with their 2 opening bowlers. With the new ball 14 overs away, the balance of how long these opening spells go for will be interesting.
Yeah, ball is what, 66 overs and 1 ball old now. So you won't have the advantages you have with a brand new ball on a pitch like this. But yeah, it's very straightforward. You start with your 2 best bowlers. Hope that something will happen in your favour as a fielding side. Same tactics being adopted by Joe Root as used yesterday. England's batsmen have been very keen to come down the pitch, shimmy down the pitch, even to the new ball bowlers, just to try and negate the LBWs. It starts far enough. I mean, that's a long way down just to start with, isn't it?
So, I mean, he's almost in the danger zone taking a stride forward. He's that far down the crease.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious analysis is that they're just trying to take LBW out of the equation. So you cover the stumps, try and make sure it doesn't get through to actually hit the stumps. Worry about the outside edge maybe, try and cover that as well. And then it's just down to batting. But they're not worried about the pace, that's one thing. 127, 128, 130, first 3 balls of this over. Early in the day, but when it works like that, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Nice way to open your account at the start of the day. Unusual, but nice.
That's remarkable. So much for just seeing off the opening bowlers. This reverse scoop him over third man for 6. Unbelievable shot.
It is awesome, isn't it? Partnership, a mere 302. 302 from 360 balls.
The amazing thing about that shot, I know he got out in the last test match, but you rarely see him miss it. He connects, turns around on the length and just effortlessly uses the pace. Amazing shot.
Yeah, he makes really good contact. The difference between here and Mount Maunganui, bounce. So you can trust the bounce here more to get underneath it, and your only worry is clearing the slips.
Wait,
Typical Joe Root shot, that. 3, 2, 3 for 3. It's an extraordinary card, isn't it? Just an extraordinary card. England under immense pressure at 21 for 3 at the start of the day, when Southey and Henry were bowling well and the ball was doing things. Still doing it when Root and Brook came together. Wasn't doing it by the end of the day. The only thing it was doing by the end of the day was bouncing off the stands. Well, interesting start to the day. Brooks just getting himself settled a bit. Root's already hit 1 for 6 over third. Oh, he's got it at the second attempt. Matt Henry has got exactly what New Zealand wanted and needed at the start of this second day. Firm drives, just slightly uppish and straight back at the bowler, clutched at the second attempt. And it is the end of a brilliant innings from Harry Brook, who will be ruining the fact that the golden opportunity to make a double hundred for the first time in his career, let alone in his Test career, has just gone begging. But Matt Henry did well there, just to keep his eye on the ball. Finally grabs it, and a big sigh of relief.
magnificent 186 from Harry Brook. England 3-2-3 for 4.
Incoming to the crease, Test cap number 658, and the captain of England, Ben Stokes.
Well, Ben Stokes, England's captain, next to the crease. And from England's point of view, right, they've lost the early wicket today, which will encourage, obviously, New Zealand in the field. From England's point of view, a long way still to go in this innings and in this game. And for Harry Brook, a perfectly straight bat, but just a hard push, and it just happened to go straight back. The trouble with the perfectly straight bat is it goes perfectly straight back to the bowler.
Well, New Zealand had a lot of that yesterday. Fielding off their own bowling and did a brilliant job, and that's probably the one positive from yesterday from New Zealand. They get their opportunity this morning. Good reward for Matt Henry. He's been one of New Zealand's best.
Yeah, figure's good. 3 for 66 from his 16 overs and 1 ball so far here in the 17th over.
It just shows that need to start your innings again. Brook came out almost with very hard hands this morning. What he did yesterday was play late, particularly early in his innings, a little bit more stiff, those hands, and the result was just an opportunity for Henry. He did a brilliant job. It's a very, very good catch.
Decent carry. It's the advantage of the lead. You can judge the carry. Going through to the gloves very nicely. There's suspicion this pitch quickens up. Is that right on the day too?
I'd be guessing. I went and did the pitch report yesterday and thought that it would play differently than it had. There's some indentation there. It almost looks like a club wicket at home. But it's played brilliantly. I mean, it's decent pace and bounce, opportunities to score. You would suspect it's going to get a touch quicker.
Tickle away, that'll be the opening runs for Ben Stokes, 4 of them.
What you can't do on this wicket is miss, because the opportunities to score with the pace and the wicket open up, and we saw that with England yesterday, scored 360, and even Matt Henry talked about it this morning, said it's a great wicket to bowl on. There's pace, there's bounce, there's a little bit of nibble, but if you miss, you'll get hurt here. So there's something in it for everybody.
Doesn't take Ben Stokes long, does it, sometimes? Not just the shimmy, but giving himself a bit of extra room as well. It certainly works here. He's managed to middle it, he's managed to place it.
It's been a theme, hasn't it, from Pope to Root to Brook and now Stokes, that want to use the feet early to put a bowler off their length. And that's on top of the bounce.
It's good hand-eye, isn't it? Because that was quite a stretch. Shout a no. There was a hint of drop it and run to start with. And Joe Root was on his way, but sent back. 331 for 4. Yeah, very positive start from Ben Stokes. 8 from 5. Play yourself in. What an innings that was, though. Harry Brook caught and bowled Henry 186 from just 176 balls. 4s and 6s everywhere. Striking yesterday as the day wore on was just so impressive, so awesome. Now you said you just said just now, Shane, there's something in it for everyone as a bowler. Well, is there something for everyone? It's one of those pitches where actually it goes back to the old cliche. You've got to put something in to get something out. Southey's strengths are accuracy, the ability to move the ball a bit, and he'll get a bit of swing, especially with the newer ball, so maybe negated at this moment. But he'll keep plugging away as little variations. There's not overt pace. Henry's got that slightly brisker approach to the crease and out of the hand. And then it's Mitchell and Wagner, who yesterday, I'm afraid, looked ordinary. Up in the air, it's drifting in that breeze, gentle breeze. He gets away from the 2 men in the deep. A little bit of a miscue, an anxious miscue.
Yeah, well, we talked about perhaps the ability of England to see off Henry and Southey, but we've seen none of that. It's been guns a-blazing from the start of play, again using the feet. Good adjustment by Southey. And then Root gets a little bit lucky, finds the gap. Certainly positive intent from England again this morning.
pushed away nicely through mid-wicket. Another chase here. Just jogging the two. Yeah, that pull shot, he was playing from about, in effect, about 15 yards, wasn't he? Anyway, last night for Joe Root, the 100 came just before everyone left the field because of the late afternoon, early evening rain. Just in the nick of time. A contrasting 100 to that of Harry Brook, but nonetheless a very, very good one. Number 29, equal with Sir Don Bradman.
Joe Root, remarkable player. Said who knows how many test hundreds he's going to end up with. Already 10,000 test runs, still a young man, still clearly hungry to be the backbone of England's test squad still for another 4 to 5 years. And if he does that, then he's going to break all sorts of records and could certainly threaten maybe Sachin Tendulkar even for the most test runs.
Well, yeah, it's desire and fitness, isn't it? You never know quite what's around the corner, but he's certainly got time on his side. He's got ability. He just loves batting. I mean, that's the greatest thing. I mean, people like Joe Root, Harry Brook, who just love batting. And for people like that, it's never enough. Whatever they've got is never enough. From the greatest showman.
And it would still be a challenge, having been the England captain for so long, then just to slip back into the role of naturally being a leader, but just a batsman in the team. Stephen Fleming talked about in one of his interviews yesterday about that, want to be a part of that decision making, but ability to put the ego aside and do what's required. I think it's another strength of Joe Root. .336 for 4. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The demands of leadership, the pressures, the things that inspire you, both to lead by decision making and by example. And the thing about Joe Root's captaincy, it looks, should we say, ordinary in comparison to Ben Stokes, and the records are very different, but one thing he did was score a whole shed load of runs while he was captain. So we have the current captain at the crease with the previous captain. That's one of the things about Joe Root. I mean, he's made it clear that he just wanted to support Ben Stokes when Joe made the decision to step aside and when England made the decision to promote Ben Stokes. People wondered what would happen next, but we now know what happens next. But Joe Root has been so good in support. The one thing I would say you do as a Ben Stokes, as a Brendan McCullum with Joe Root, is you ask him his opinion often enough to keep him involved. To use the acquired experience of captaincy, good or bad, and you do learn from both good and bad. Keep him involved, just let him get his runs, and everyone's happy. Again, good stop. It's one of Root's little strengths. He lets the ball come to him. When he can trust the bounce, you can get on top of it. Make sure it goes down, of course. Every now and again, it costs him a wicket, I think, but it is literally every now and again, not a regularity. And then if he can just find that gap, there's no one down on the boundary at third. I actually think that's the length that Joe Root prefers, and that's why he uses his feet and gets down, because the bowler then brings that length back, and that's where he can score, pulling, cutting, using the pace of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the marks of the best batsman. They let the ball do a lot of the work. You can see the muscle men who try and basically bully a ball to a boundary, bully a ball at each and every opportunity. But someone like Joe with a touch, and it is just watching the ball, isn't it? Watching the ball that last foot and a half onto the bat that some batsmen fail to do. And by doing that, you use the pace, and things like timing just fall into place naturally. It's just it's an absolute art. High bouncer. A lot of effort. One for the over. Actually, those are the ones you like as a batsman, because you basically see it early, you know it's going to miss you by a distance anyway, so it's enough to put something into your mind that it's there.
Well, on this wicket, you will get bounce. So it's, from a fast bowler's point of view, it's nice, but then you have to be so accurate, because if you're a touch short, it just flies over and doesn't really threaten.
Now this, to me, I would just like to urge a little caution here, Mr. Stokes.
I do like it. I think England almost look at it and go, look, we're in a good position. There's potential for a little bit of rain. The wicket is going to traditionally gets flatter and flatter. We want to up the ante. We want the opportunity to perhaps bowl on this wicket when there's something in it. And we're going to force the pace of the game. We're on top, and that's the way we're going to go about it. And it's so different from the traditional come out and see the first hour off.
Let's have a go, let's have a go. Hasn't quite middled it, but he's got enough on it. Well, he's not going to die wondering, is he?
You can see the impact it has on a bowler. The lengths are also, it's full, it's short, it's full. He's taking the attack to the New Zealand team. Fieldsmen are now going back. We've got a point sweeper, so that instantly New Zealand are making adjustments. England are dictating play.
It does genuinely leave me in two minds, because I've seen Ben do this successfully and I've seen him do it unsuccessfully. I've also seen him bat, if we use the word properly, where he builds an innings and he's still able to hit the boundaries. He's still able to dominate. Oh, here we go. He's trying absolutely every trick in the book here. 341 for 4. Yesterday, hitting 4s and 6s at will through the afternoon and third session. Danger is if you overdo it. I'm sorry, but if you overdo it, lose a couple of wickets now, you lose that momentum potentially. Sounds like I'm not buying into the ethos here, but actually it's just because I have to say I've watched Ben play in various different ways, various different modes, and it is risk-reward, and I think the balance is just more towards risk the way he's playing at the moment than reward. Well, I can be proved wrong. If in an hour's time he's 80 not out, then well played. The short ball, the hook shot is controlled this time.
Yeah, well, it could open the door for New Zealand. I mean, New Zealand talked about if you can keep England to 400, the wicket could be a flat batting surface. New Zealand just have a long batting order, look to bat big once. England, on the other hand, have complete confidence that within half an hour the game can be taken away from New Zealand. They can be completely in control of the game, perhaps still have a pitch that offers them something. So you have to admire England's confidence and belief that there's no doubt on what they're trying to do, and they're fully committed to it.
Well, that is high in the air. It's a real tester. Complete miscue from Ben Stokes. Is that a warning shot to Stokes? Will it affect the way he's batting? Will it affect his ambition?
Just a good length ball from Southey, and again Stokes gets lucky. Nearly a brilliant one-handed catch. Sometimes the luck goes your way.
Kuggeleijn, the sub-fielder. Yep. Two very different games of cricket being played here. One by Joe Root, who's very happy to just play his way on as he has done, 115 from 197. One being played by Ben Stokes, which is, let's just try everything we possibly can to entertain and push the scoreline forward. Man off the field, by the way, is Neil Wagner. We'll be back on it again soon. Really looking forward to bowling at Ben Stokes, I'm sure.
Yes, Neil Wagner, particularly the ball that's 74 overs old. You look forward to that. Maybe part of England's tactics. They think they've got 10 overs for a new ball. It's going to offer something for the New Zealand bowlers, and they want to get as many runs as they possibly can.
Yeah, there is a truism, though. You can only get runs if you're at the crease. So if you spoon it up in the air and that's the end of that, well, no more runs. It's just one of those things. We kind of get used to it. Right, where's the field go now? Deep cover goes out just behind square. We've got a deep square leg out as well. Mid on, mid off, just hanging a bit deeper. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. 344 for 4. Well, a genuine beat the bat delivery, just moves away, just good length moving away. The angle, I mean, just look at that. The angle was basically wide towards off stump, and he's missed it by a mile because it has moved a mile. Won't happen again.
Definitely encouragement there. That's a 71 over old ball that seemed appreciably on a good length. There's going to be encouragement there. As we talked about, you talked about, David, that ability to get something out of the wicket. In England, what I've almost decided this morning is, well, we're going to push against New Zealand's best bowler, often the old Australian mentality, take on the best players, demoralise the opposition if you can get on top of them.
Bit of bounce there. It's well played by Joe Root. Up on his toes. Yeah, it's the balance now, isn't it, for Southee, for Tim Southee. 72nd over of the innings. He'll want to bowl that new ball, as will Matt Henry. So yes, maybe 3-4 over bursts from Mitchell and Southee. Sorry, Mitchell and Wagner. I'm guessing they won't use Bracewell. Be interesting though.
A left-hander in play, they may well do. It might be worth it a go.
It's nicely played by Root. It's good length, good line. Just take the option of dropping a bat on it, taking the single, and setting up the entertainment from the other end. Actually, it will be a good contest. Bracewell against Stokes. Drop a couple of men backs, tempt him, throw it up in the air.
You feel with Daryl Mitchell at mid-120s, perhaps not doing anything. At the end of the day, I think Stokes is going to take on whoever. So as long as New Zealand can find the top of the stumps length, they're a chance.
Right, still 2 slips in the gully, but the deep point is 10 yards behind the square. The deep square leg is pretty much directly on square as well.
It's not easy for a bowler. You get Stokes there who just plays the traditional forward defensive, and he does that for a couple of balls. And then all of a sudden he's charging down the wicket or clearing the front leg and swinging. There's no flow to his bat, no rhythm. So as a bowler, you don't really know what to expect, and then you start guessing what you need to be bowling to him.
Yeah, they've come back for the 2 because that man in the deep was behind square. The push in front of square just allow them to cruise the 2. Devon Conway out there.
So then rather than just stick to a length, you start to guess, well, shall I bowl a fuller ball, a shorter ball? You end up bowling a lot of length. Stokes then gets in, he's 30 balls in, and it becomes very challenging.
brilliant, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant. He's played 3 balls from what you might describe an orthodox position. Then the moment comes where he decides just to give himself a little bit of room, makes the perfect connection and just steers it away to third for what looks like an easy 4.
And you wouldn't say that's a terrible ball. It's on 4th stump. It's top of the stumps. It's where you want to be. It seemed a little bit. It's just a brilliant cricket shot.
Yes, that guesswork you were talking about. 350 comes up, by the way. 351 for 4. Yeah, if he stayed where he was, it would have been a sort of simple leave or 4 defensive. $351 for 4.
New Zealand got the wicket they wanted early this morning. Harry Brook only able to add 2 runs to his overnight score, facing just 7 balls. But now 8 overs until a second new ball is available for New Zealand. And we've got the first change of bowling today because of this lead up to the new ball. Tim Southee's replaced by Neil Wagner. Already triple figures against his name because of that onslaught yesterday. Mark Richardson, he doesn't have to bowl at Harry Brook this morning.
You still need to be pretty strong, don't you, mentally, to keep running in. You can't back off. If they destroy your confidence and you back off, you're just going to go further. Well, the feeling was there would be a period of play here where England would maybe just get through the initial 6 or 7 overs. No, that's not what they do. It's almost like the game plan is to think what the opposition think you'll do and then do the complete opposite, because they won't be expecting that.
There's not much sense of convention, but that one certainly missed the padding.
It's where it gets you in the padding sometimes, and there's always a... Oh no, that's missed the padding. Sometimes it hits you right in the middle of the pad, but it gets underneath the knee roll, and there's no padding there. If it just gets right up underneath there, that can hurt. That's a different area.
Set off very hard for that single, Stokes. Keep the bowlers under some pressure. They're able to push for 2.
Well, I get the feeling they're thinking, okay, new ball is due. Let's go 8 productive overs against a softer ball that isn't really moving round, maybe just starting to come onto the bat. That's about all. Knowing that the new ball here will offer something. But then I'm thinking they'll also be thinking when the new ball comes, let's whack that as well. Just maybe in a different fashion.
Yeah, and when that new ball is hard, it can fly off the bat that much quicker as well. So there is danger for New Zealand, both with the old ball and the new. Very, very difficult to lay plans.
Well, you just feel that England's thinking, let's get up to 400, past 400 as fast as we possibly can.
Absolutely belting. They resumed on unbeaten 315 for 3 overnight. So within the first half hour, taking England past the 350 mark.
Yeah, I mean, while they're doing that, they've played some crazy shots. I still think New Zealand is hanging in there. I think Henry has looked relatively threatening. New Zealand isn't exactly been submissive.
Just the one. Means 4 off the over at 3:55 for 4. Well, there was a sprinkling of rain, wasn't there, during the warm-ups today? The pitch remained uncovered. It did get a little bit of a sprinkling, but thankfully it's cleared up. Saturday of the Test match and another healthy crowd at the Basin Reserve. Really been a tremendous atmosphere, both for New Zealand support and England support. Well, a little bit of spin with this old ball. 7 overs until the new is due. Rostow didn't get a huge run out on day 1.
No, and he knows that Stokes is trying to, will be trying to belt him somewhere down Adelaide Road. It's a chance for a wicket as well. That's what he'll be thinking. There would be a little bit of turn in this pitch as well, and bounce, so always a chance of getting the top edge.
Wasn't a connection with bat.
Oh, I don't know about that. That could be interesting.
Get another look at that. Oh! Very little interest from Bracewell or even from behind the stumps.
Well, did they realise it hit him in the toe, or were they thinking it hit him in the back leg? So if they thought it was the back leg, then they'd go, no, it's missing.
Connected with that one, and that is fabulous. Fielder up on that side of the ground, the shot was on.
Well, he's picked a spot, hasn't he, where there's no protection. And he will get the ball there, come what may. But first you don't succeed, then try again.
Daryl Mitchell there at slip. And he tried to anticipate the reverse before, but it was struck so well by Stokes, comfortably evading him. How far away?
Wasn't far from being a ripper. Pitching leg heading off, so that there is something there for Bracewell.
Be an absolute bonus wicket to get one now. Just a number of overs to go until new ball is due. Want ideally a new batter out there facing the new ball.
I think he wants to turn a little bit and pitch on about middle and off. Stokes is out there pushing. He wants to hit the ball. There's a definite chance of an edge to slip.
Bounce as well. 361 for 4. Partnership worth 38 so far between these two. Joe Root was 101 not out overnight. Stokes has been aggressive at scoring the runner ball and score off nearly every delivery if he can.
So you'll be buying Harry Brook a beer later on after what you did to him last night?
After what I did to him last night.
Yeah, you put the moccas on him, didn't you? You were talking about double hundreds in your interview last night.
That is true. That is true, I'm afraid. Well, I merely asked him if he had ever scored a double hundred in any form of cricket. I knew his highest first class score was 194. But look at that. He's already left a mark on the ground in physical form. That's on a downpipe just by the dressing room. And this was the shot off Daryl Mitchell. There was some chat last night as to whether he should sign the downpipe before he left the ground. Clubbed, it's in the air, and it's a comfortable catch. Kuggeleijn on the field as a substitute. And so wicket does fall ahead of the new ball being due. It's a wicket for Wagner. Stokes gone.
He wasn't out there to hang around, was he? He was playing shots from the start, trying to attack this older ball. Just bounced a bit, probably didn't have the leverage to play that shot, and it skewed off. Kuggeleijn happily accepts it. Stokes can't cause carnage and has to go for 27. It's 362 for 5.
Incoming to the crease. Test cap number 600.
Folks batted very nicely for his half century in the second innings at Mount Maunganui. Second new ball due in 5 overs after this. This is why he's out there. Stokes is trying to get a move on. Attacking instinct from the moment he came out just to try and hurry the score on before the new ball's due.
To be a little bit careful here. Actually, careful doesn't come into English thinking, does it? But you could assume, if the assumption is, okay, well, 380's plenty. I don't know if it is. There's a lot of cricket left in this game. This pitch will get better and better. You get another wicket here in New Zealand because they're going hard at it. Now you've got, and England has a longish tail. Now you've got the tail exposed to the new ball, and it will move around. And England could easily be bowled out for something under 400. New Zealand would go, okay, well, we're expecting to actually roll them here, but we know that this wicket, you can play good cricket on it, you can bat well on it, so it's not the end of the world if England was removed for, let's say, any 400, because they've scored those so quickly. New Zealand, I know you could look at the New Zealand batting in the last game and go, it's plenty, but it is a good New Zealand top order.
It's also a very good England opening partnership as well with the ball. Broad and Anderson will be licking their lips in these conditions.
Yeah, that's the challenge. And now this is the ball that they didn't, that hit Stokes. Yeah, it was, it would have gone to umpire's call. So on both impact and wickets. So a good decision. Although if it's umpire's call, you don't lose your review. So possibly Tim Southee could have had a look at that. And you get all your reviews back, don't you, in 6 overs? New Zealand, has one remaining that they can use?
Yeah, lost one early, didn't they, against Duckett, so a catch behind. And then one to Joe Root as well, an LBW appeal early on day one.
Well, it's all academic now because he's out. Yeah, that's the challenge. That'll be the challenge confronting the New Zealand top order when they get out there, is there'll be some life in the pitch. Anderson, Broad will have a new ball in hand, ton of confidence, a lot of belief. Rolling to a top order that's probably down on belief a little.
Wicket taking over for Wagner. And England 362 for 5. Well, we're continuing, but Harry Brook not able to reach that double 100 mark. Just 2 added to his overnight score. He did look very downcast when he walked off. But a test best for him and a just fabulous innings yesterday, and masterful partnership with Joe Root as well. Resuming on 315 for 3, the loss of Brook and Stokes. This means they've got some work to do to get up to that 400 mark. Joe Root, good player of spin. Catches either side of the wicket as well as slip and short leg standing behind square.
Yeah, Tom. Yeah, I quite like short leg behind square leg where Tom Nathan is. But he's not there to stop. He stopped a few yesterday. He's not there to stop that little work. He's there for the batter who pushes out, takes the shoulder of the bat onto maybe the top of the pad and away. And because there's a bit of pace and a bit of bounce there, it's likely to go behind square. But that's what Bracewell's got to do. He's got to get the batter pushing forward in defence.
Oh, he's fallen over, and that's a stumping. Very confident behind the stumps.
Or he's got to get the batter falling off their feet. Either will work for him. Folks has gotten a heck of a tangle here. Maybe it's the amount of grass on the surface. He's just completely over. It was his front leg. His front spike got stuck in the pitch. It's come a cropper, all right.
Oh, it's a moment of comedy, but it won't feel like that for Folks. Out without scoring. England 363 for 6 now. We'll just have to check our watches at this point. 20 past 11 local time. He's not in as a Hawk this time. The conventional position in the batting order for Stuart Broad. I think he'd just probably answered a Hawk at this time of day, though.
Early day eagle. He's come down, and then I think that front foot's just got stuck. And of course his weight there, folks, was going forward at quite a rate. He's just fallen over. And then he just couldn't. He was too far down to even reach back and get back in.
Well taken down the leg side by Blundell. It's a very interesting time with Ben Folks in the moment in this England side, what with the expected return of Johnny Bairstow to the test team for the Ashes. We've got a test against Ireland before that.
Well, getting out is never great, but at the very least you could get out in a graceful manner.
What we see from Stuart Broad. New ball is around the corner. I think he'll probably have a swing at this old ball too.
Well, New Zealand now really good chance of mopping this innings up.
Yeah, that wasn't far away. Delicate sort of shot from Broad. Latham under the lid. Oh, it was very, very close.
Gee, stood up. That was his problem, wasn't it? If he'd crabbed to the left, he might have been in a better position to take a catch.
Yeah, the hands went up.
Yeah, they went into a defensive position, which is strange because he's a wicketkeeper, don't forget.
Something's distracted Broad behind the bowler. Three runs off the over. The wicket for Bracewell, 365 for 6.
365 for 6 here at the base. And don't Chris up David Lindner, and obviously pulled out all the stops. The New Zealand cricket skier, Doug Spence in my costume, but there's some beautiful costumes up here, including these guys. It's a beautiful chicken outfit tonight. I have a whole bunch of KFC.
Well, the eventual partnership between Root and Brook was worth 302.
Here you go, KFC for the chickens.
That's it. Arguably did not go deep enough into this second day. England would have been hoping that would have carried them much closer to the 400 mark. Root has continued to add. He was 101 not out overnight. Played a scoop for 6. Sorry, for 4. Very early on in his innings today. Now that's on the pad.
Go on, review it. Go on. You get him back soon. It's Root.
Time's ticking, Tim.
Oh, just in time.
Well, he's cut it fine. This is the last review New Zealand have for now.
Original decision is not out. I have checked. This is a field delivery. Move on to spin win, please. Ball is close to the bat. Please confirm with the outrage. Roll forward, roll forward. Roll forward to the pad, Yeah, I can see gap between bat and ball. Go to the ball track when you're ready. Original decision is not out. Pitching offside off, impact outside. Go back to on-field umpire. Chris, stay with the decision not out. Wait for the call. You on screen. Make your signal.
Awful review. I don't know what he was thinking.
Well, I would definitely be hoping that there isn't a close call in the next 4 overs. No reviews left for New Zealand.
I think they're probably just shocked that Root missed one of those sweeps. He has this knack of hitting them. He hardly ever misses them. These little scoops that he does. I think Tim Southee's just petrified that he doesn't review one that's out. It's almost like that would be the worst thing that could ever happen. He also knows that he's got a reputation as being awful at it. He'll be aware of that. Thought he'd lost his confidence then.
Thumped by Broad. Maybe it doesn't matter day or night. The Hawks opened his wings.
Well, it's always, when you know that, let's say effectively a tail ender is going to come in and swing, there's always the debate over, okay, do you just bowl normally down the channel, bowl for the edge, or do you go full or short, try to knock them over or bounce them out? I think with Broad, personally, get it up around his nose.
I think he's in the mode now where he'll certainly have a go at anything up around the chin or the nose or the grill.
Yep.
Careful, careful. You did go through that phase, didn't you, after the blow to the face playing against India several years ago, where it seemed like his confidence had gone, but I think he's sort of right back in the mode of having a go. He's got his mojo back in terms of the batting.
Well, he was dismissed fending in the last game on a slow wicket. I think he really has got an issue where he gets stuck, he can't get out the way. And so some people thought, you're going short at him, you're not trying to get him out. I generally think he can actually be gloved out. But he's one of those annoying characters that has a pretty good hand-eye. So you bowl down the channel, all of a sudden he just starts playing shots and getting away with it. There are some that tail enders, you start going full and short, they're good. They're quite good at that. People go, well, just put some slips in and nick them out. It's always that debate. What's the best way to bowl to a tail ender who's got a good eye, who likes to hit?
Almost in a tangle. 5 off the over, 370 for 6. Saturday of the Test, dress-up day. Three overs until the second new ball. Oh, that's been creamed. Right out of the screws, it's another 6 for Root.
Yeah, this one is smashed. It sounded fantastic off the bat. The minute this was hit, it was going a long way. And using that little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce, and no, down. Yeah, disappointment in the crowd.
Safe.
Yeah, we do need to actually make people aware of something. We haven't kept up with the rules. You don't get your reviews back at 80 now. You get 3 for the innings. So they've changed that recently.
An extra review was brought in, wasn't it, because of COVID, when neutral umpires were done away with. Some umpires weren't travelling. A short fine leg in place. 2 out at deep mid-wicket on the leg side now to Root. Right in that area. That's the second 6 of Root's innings. The first one came off one of his scoops, 4th ball he'd faced in the day.
Neutral umpires is something I don't think World Cricket needs to worry about any longer. I mean, they're professional, it's a job. Professionalism would be their main goal.
Go, Tom!
Back on through the legs.
You know, it's not something that you would do as a hobby any longer.
Double nutmeg.
You know, there's 2 sides. So if you're an umpire and you're a home umpire and he's Chris Gaffney, New Zealander, and you are deemed to have been poor in the match by one of the teams, well, then you'll come under review, and it's your career now. So I don't think the whole, you know, patriotism or anything like that would ever come into it with the group of ICC elite umpires.
I think it protects it against perception of bias, which can be just as important as actual bias. And these umpires are all such pros and highly trained and monitored these days, as you say, assessed as well.
Yeah, totally understand that, because people's perception is their own reality, and you might have 9 great decisions and one is deemed to have been pro your country, then you're deemed to be pro your country because that's people's perception. So yeah, understand that.
381 for 6.
Well, there's the bowling cards. A very good morning to you. Scotty and Mac joining you for the next half hour. And Neil Wagner bowling from the Chatfield end. It's on the pad, and Wagner pretty much the only person in the ground interested in appealing that one. Morning, Mac.
Morning, Scotty. No reviews left, so waste of breath for Neil Wagner. New Zealand have used up their 3. Mark Richardson was quite descriptive about the use of the reviews and how good and bad they were. There's a little bit of glove on that. Just a little bit of glove. New ball not too far away that New Zealand will be looking forward to.
Oh, I'm sure that Tim Southey and Matt Henry in particular would have loved time to just go by very quickly this morning. Instead, it's been another boundary fest. And it goes after that one. Stuart Broad, he's not going to die wondering today. Fans in the VIP section here, enjoying a bit of brekkie. Hope they finish that bacon sarnie, that's a waste. Top quality hog gave its life for that breakfast. Goes again. And he'll get a boundary here, Stuart Broad. Sometimes, Mac, swinging hard is the best philosophy if you're going to play like this.
Well, it's the way Stuart Broad plays. Shut the eyes, swing as hard as you can. Doesn't matter where it goes, as long as it runs away for 4. New Zealand have done well to pick up the 3 wickets this morning, but the runs have continued to flow. England still in a very strong position. Really looking just to put the icing on the innings, just top it off with some quick runs, get above 400.
It's full, a bit slower. Still a single. Yeah, we were ruminating earlier, Mac, about what we thought England might be aiming up on now. Those 3 wickets this morning may have just forced a change of mindset. Well, it doesn't look that way. I thought at the start of today, maybe 500 would have been a reasonable target, or do you think they might have settled for a few less?
I think they'll be happy with something in the mid 400s if they can, ideally, because they're going to bat again. They're going to want to bat again, so they want to give their bowlers a chance on the surface.
Nicely played again by Root, so good.
While it's got this greenness in it, Sumo, I think the new ball is still going to do plenty. We'll see it in 7 deliveries and over in a bit. We'll see the second new ball. I think there's still plenty on the surface. There's still a greenness to it. There's enough pace and bounce on it as well, so it's going to be a handful for New Zealand when their turn comes at some stage today. Whenever England decide it's time to have a bowl, and New Zealand can pick up these final 4 wickets.
Yeah, the rarity today is those wickets have all been a result of forcing errors, something they weren't very good at doing yesterday, New Zealand, or weren't able to do yesterday. Folkes a little bit calamitous for his duck. The others just going out to poor shots. 389 for 6. Wellington College, bottom left of your screen. There'll be cricket there today. I believe Scots College from across town have turned up Wellington College for a game today. That'll be a heated rivalry, I'm sure. Nice reserve. Beautiful from our drone shots here today. Wellington City in the background. That's a great boundary, isn't it, Mac, at Wellington College?
You're attacking that short side. You'd be disappointed if you got caught out on it too. It's about 25 metres.
It's a big ask sliding into that building though, chasing down a boundary. A few fielders ended up in A&E after that. Bracewell started well this morning. Trying to extract as much as he can from this pitch early.
He's done a job, hasn't he? 1 for 53, he's gone at 5s, but he's bowled better than what his figures suggest.
That's right on the pad. Is it adjacent? Rod Tucker says it is. And there's going to be a review straight away.
Third umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. Original decision is out. I have checked this is a fair delivery. Move on to Spivian, please. Ball is close to the bat. Please confirm the outrage.
Almost ready.
Road waiting for the outrage. Roll forward, roll forward, roll forward, roll forward. Yes, roll forward to the pad, to the pad. Yes, no batting ball. Go to the ball tracking when you're ready. Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line. And we got hitting. Go back to 1 for the umpire. Rod stay with the decision out.
Good decision, Rod Tucker. And Stuart Broad turns and walks. He goes for 14. England now 389 for 7.
Broad departs for 14 off 17 deliveries. Incoming to the crease, Test cap number 699, Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson comes to the crease. 16th test today. Best of 42. If he gets hold of a couple here, he can do a little bit of damage. New Zealand well into the tail now. Rod Tucker right on the money with that.
Nice piece of bowling from Michael Bracewell. Because he got it under the bat, it's so full that Broad can't get any bat or glove on it. Perfect length when someone's trying to play the sweep. Picks up his second wicket. It's well deserved for Michael Bracewell.
Yeah, brave bowling too. Floating it up, getting that late dip. Broad playing across the top.
Interesting, Scotty, there's been some turn. We've actually seen some turn on day 2 here at the Basin. Definite bounce. This is a very good cricket pitch, really is. It's offered something for the quick bowlers in the first session. If you got through that period, then all of a sudden, that extra pace and bounce, you can score all around the wicket. I think it just offers something for everyone in this game.
Quite interesting too, the colour of that pitch, Mac. You were out there today, but we thought it was starting to brown off quite nicely yesterday. A little bit of late rain, some rain overnight. Just maybe halted that. It's very overcast here today.
Yeah, there's still a lot of greenness to it. And the fact that it hasn't been blue sky, 30 degrees, sun out, means that it's held that greenness. What the bowlers will be hoping stays for the next 2 or 3 days. Because on previous test matches we have seen it brown off rather quickly, haven't we? When that sun's been out, it can brown off very quickly, but there's still enough there that the bowling's going to be a handful, challenging for the batters throughout today as well.
Oh, that is some very good turn from Michael Bracewell. Again, the bottom range of his pace too, this one. When Bracewell slows that right down, he gets that fantastic turn. Fastest delivery of 95 kilometres an hour this over. That was 85. Robertson off the mark. .390 for 7.
From the Arlington stand-in, Tim Southey.
New ball has been taken by Tim Southey. There's the 4 wickets so far. Back-to-back wickets with Stokes and Foakes.
New ball has been taken.
1 over to go before drinks here. Tim Southey with the seed in his hands. Ollie Robinson on strike. Very still day here in Wellington too. Breeze not as significant as it was yesterday, that's for sure. Some shape for Southey.
Just a hint of swing. It's that scrambled seam from Tim Southey. You can see that moving away from Blundell. This could be quite a challenging period for Root and Robinson. Interesting to see how they counteract, how they decide to shape up to this new ball.
3 slips, Kelly, point and close. Oh, yes, Tim Southey.
The thing about that last delivery, Sumo, is that will be really encouraging for Broad and Anderson and Robinson, who had to face it. Look at the scramble, just nipped away, and look at the bounce and carry. Taken reverse cut, head high by Blundell. That's quite a foolish length too. It's a nice piece of bowling, but that's encouraging for England. They'll be more than happy to see that.
I think Jimmy Anderson's already taken the pads off. Say, I'm not bothering. Stokes is saying, should we get out there? Look at this. Oh, and a misfield, a rare misfield from New Zealand. Look at these two, scheming, smiling, thinking.
What do you think he's saying? I don't think he's saying, Coach, how about we go out there and have a bowl? Does it these last 3 wickets another 30 runs? The other two, Devcich and Trescothick, don't seem that interested in the chat, do they?
It's like the 3 monkeys there. See no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil.
Interesting conversation, but you'd imagine it'll be something along those lines, those two, the way that
they've got to be plotting, don't they? I mean, this is part of the fun that these two are having with Test cricket. How to mess with the formula constantly. Another one past the edge.
Well, the old formula is to continue batting until you get bowled out and try and make it as hard as you can for the opposition to get these final 3 wickets. The new formulas, that's not a bad delivery. That's nipped back. I think we've got enough runs on the board. Let's get out there and have a bowl and see what happens.
Well, who's in the shed? Stuart Broad's just come back into the pavilion, having been out there. He's probably said, you know, that's good for us out there right now. James Anderson probably doesn't want to bat anyway. Let's go.
Yeah, why not? That's nipped back quite a long way, that last delivery.
Yeah, and Joe Root knows it. So Joe Root has said, I'm going to take charge for a bit here. That is a fabulous shot.
Well, Joe Root's just said, I'm not going to stay on the crease and let the ball nip back inside bat and pad. I'm going to charge and I'm going to go bang over mid-wicket. That is out of the screws, out of the middle. What a shot that is from Root. It's a different approach. It's an attacking approach. It's a very good approach. And it's been enjoyed by a big fan base for England here in Wellington.
Do you think Joe Root looked up to the balcony and saw Stokes and McKellen? Oh, he's gone again. He is a machine. He really is. He's so entertaining to watch. 400 on the board for England. And it's a drinks break, but I don't think it's the drink the New Zealanders need right now. 4:01 for 7.
Now time for Callaway drinks break. Callaway hijacking the red canvas.
England in control. They have brought 400 up here early in the first session on day 2. Joe Root has just cracked him Southey for 6 and then wrapped him over the slip cordon for 4 more.
Southey and Henry have been the picks, but Michael Bracewell's done a good job too in his 11 overs.
Yeah, and importantly too, the run rate, 4.95, and this is Joe Root. The last over before drinks. Ball had gone past the outside edge and the inside edge, and then Joe Root said, okay, if that's the way you're going to play, watch me. Just supreme. What even is that shot? It's not traditional by any stretch.
It's almost a reverse ramp, isn't it? A reverse ramp, because it goes over third. It goes over first slip. And he plays that shot so well. He's done it a number of times to Tim Southey. Seems to really enjoy doing it to Tim Southey, which I'd imagine is frustrating, maybe Tim Southey, just a little bit, because I wouldn't want someone doing that to me.
No, Tim Southey's not enjoying that at all. Here's Matt Henry now. He's played late, fended down to the slips. It's a nice shot, actually, from Ollie Robinson. Watched the ball all the way onto the bat. Yeah, that run rate, Mac, again, 5 and over, essentially, for England. For large parts of yesterday, that run rate was about 3.8.
Yeah, and you feel that it's been more controlled from England this innings than perhaps what we saw in the first test, where it's a little bit more destructive, a little bit more brutal at times. And I think New Zealand bowled better. The running between the wickets has been excellent. They've scampered through, picked up singles, rotated the strike really well. But the bowling's been better from New Zealand. Southey and Henry have had a control, you would say, over the run rate. But Mitchell and Wagner certainly haven't. They've gone after those two bowlers in the lineup. Definite game plan to try and put them under pressure, to force New Zealand to have to use Southey and Henry more than what they want. And it's worked well. It's also why the off-spinner Bracewell's bowled 11 overs on a very green surface.
Yeah, and even more impressive is his economy rate, which is pretty good, all things considered. Considering the way England are trying to play the game. Now, you mentioned the running between wickets. I mean, there just shouldn't be a single there. You're hitting bump and runs like it's a one-dayer. Sometimes I think that's more frustrating for the fielding team than it is to see the ball go over the boundary, because you're thinking to yourself, oh, really? Yeah. Every ball?
Yeah, it's annoying from a bowling point of view, isn't it? You're trying to bowl to a plan, have half a dozen deliveries at a batter to work through that plan, and then they just keep rotating the strike. They've done it well. They've used soft hands, just dropped it at their feet and run. Communication's been good. It's been frustrating for the New Zealand bowlers.
Well, that's just a no look. That's just to put some wood in front of the ball and see what happens. And that's what's happened. It's gone for 4. Seriously, if it was a marble, he'd still find a way to hit it.
It's ridiculous. There's a bit of Dilshan about that. The Dilshan scoop. It's not far off, except it's not white ball, it's red ball cricket. Audacious, Joe Root. It really is. Now, he's had a decent crack at Tim Southey with his shot. He said, I might as well try it against Matt Henry and see what happens. It's the second new ball. It's the second over of the second new ball. There's no respect at all.
0
for this new cherry.
0. No, and again, short. Pulled away, and there's a man in the deep. It's Neil Wagner. Backward. Absolutely 0 respect. Or supreme confidence. Either way, the result is the same. The ball continues to find the boundary. It's 10 boundaries today. 10 boundaries already today. And again, then the quick single. Suddenly, the over has gone for 7. It's the end of it. It's 4:08 for 7. It's a bad big appeal. Southey doesn't even turn around. Chris Gaffney does not put the hand up, and there's no review. No review.
Quite ironic. Tim Southey with the appeal, and he doesn't have a review to use because he wasted the previous 3 that New Zealand had. How close is this? That scrambled seam again. Maybe missing. Maybe missing. So lucky New Zealand didn't have a review, Scotty. They might have burnt a 4th. Worth an appeal, and it was a good appeal from Southey, and the New Zealand slip cordon. Just nipped enough. Good decision, I think, from Chris Gaffney.
Have a look at the Hawkeye on that in just a moment's time, and it's Southey again. Oh, and that's just flying off the outside edge. Runs away for yet another boundary. The frustration continues here. The onslaught continues here.
Well, let's have a look at the LBW previous ball. Yeah, it nipped too much. It was missing. Doing too much. So no damage done. And then following deliveries, a leading edge that flew down to 3rd for 4. Ollie Robinson's trying to pick that up over mid-wicket. A little bit through the shot, a little bit early. And he got the result he was after, and that was a boundary.
Oh, over the top. Neil Wagner chasing hard. They'll come back for a couple. It's just brutal. It is brutal out there at the moment for this New Zealand side.
If it's not racing to the boundary, it's lobbing over fielders' heads, which just completes the frustration, I guess, for New Zealand and the bowlers.
Last ball, 127 k's. Feel Southey's slower ball's an option here.
The thing about Tim Southey, he's got a dry sense of humour, and you can see that wry smile. He would have said something, I think, Chris Gaffney on the way back. He does have a sense of humour, so guess as a captain, you have to.
It's being tested.
Yeah, it is being tested over these 2 test matches.
Fended down, no run there.
Of course, it is also a great chance to pick up some cheap wickets. The lower order in, 3 wickets left. All of a sudden, 1 for 79, you pick up another 3, you end up with 4 for. And you walk off thinking, oh, it hasn't been too bad.
Yeah, stats. 6 off this over. Run rate's exactly 5 for England this innings. Last ball. It's a good nut. Finish the over. 4-1-4 for 7.
Still enough deliveries going past the outside edge, isn't there? The second new ball.
Matt Henry set to continue here at the Basin Reserve. Good crowd and sellout day again here in Wellington today. Welcome along to Spark Sports coverage of the second test. Great to have your company. Here in New Zealand's capital city, which may be gloomy, but no rain, and that's a good sign.
England once again have the upper hand here. That's a good nut again from Matt Henry.
A shake of the head from Joe Root. This bloke's on 147. The ball's still going past the outside edge. There's still enough here. Look at that. It's a great delivery from Matt Henry. Amongst the carnage.
Well, you know what happened last time.
The next one's going for 4.
A couple of steps down. Would you put it past him? Off the bat onto pad, I think. Optimistic appeal.
Well, there's 4 fielders. Not bad from the scoreboard, Scotty. It's not a bad view.
There's Coops. How did he get in there?
Gets around, doesn't he?
Sure does.
Simon, he's all over the place. Not a bad vantage point there.
He's probably the youngest cameraman here. There's no way the old salts are giving up their static positions. That one's just turned around the corner, just a single. You couldn't see Jane or Earl or Sass ever letting someone like Simon on their camera. They say, no, you get that thing on the shoulder, son, and you get up there in the scoreboard. Look at them.
That's the prime spot up there, isn't it, in the RA Vance stand?
It's the RA Vance, although, I mean, it's not exactly warm, top of the RA Vance, but looking down the other end there, our mate Stan used to come off that scaffold and he'd be in all sorts after a day's play.
Yeah, they don't have to be chained, the RA Vance stand. You don't have to be chained to anything to make sure you don't blow away. Unlike...
That's the toughest side there.
Yeah.
Now the umpires toss the bail to see which end they're going to stand at. Gaffney lost the toss yesterday. He's been facing into the breeze.
You think the camera crew could do that? You think they'll be up for that?
I think the camera crew should do something like that.
We rotate round.
Very territorial.
Do a great job, and sometimes this place, the Basin Reserve, is the toughest place to do that excellent camera work, the different winds that you get here.
Well, that's why they're sought after around the world. So many of our New Zealand camera folk work on some of the biggest sports productions in the world because they don't mind being chained to a scaffold for an entire day and 40-knot winds. It's been all around the world, that one. A great crew, fun to work with, masterful at what they do. We're very lucky here in New Zealand with such experts. It's a tough job. I'm getting all sorts in this commentary box here now. Thanks. There you go. And just take a single off the last over and make Matt Henry dive for it. The torture continues. 4:17 for 7. He's okay, Matt Henry. He's okay.
He does spend a lot of time on the ground, Matt Henry. Diving around. We saw a couple of instances yesterday where he just lost his footing. New Zealand starting to go through the overs. 84 bowled, 5 bowlers used. Wickets for Southey, Henry and Bracewell. And Neil Wagner picked up Ben Stokes this morning.
He hit that. Mistime it again, but enough for a frustrating 2. Sort of been thinking, oh, New Zealand's taking wickets here, going to bowl England out. And then I look at the scoreboard and it just keeps ticking over. And they're 419. When I was here last time, they were, and that was only half an hour ago, they're on 360. That's nice. Hasn't timed it brilliantly again.
It's handy with the bat, Ollie Robertson. Just gets himself into good positions. Timing not perfect, as you mentioned, but good enough, and it's a good area of the ground to be heading to.
Well, he hasn't found the middle of the bat yet. The score's ticking over. Yeah, frustratingly good with the bat as far as New Zealand are concerned. Now, he hasn't hit that in the middle either. He's going to get away with that as well. Yeah, falls in the gap. All sorts of slipping and carrying on. The missed timing saving him there.
Yeah, that's when you're happy to not have hit it out of the middle, that's for sure. Just up off the stickers. That extra bounce on display once again just means he cloths it into no man's land.
Very greasy out there, isn't it? There was overnight rain, early morning rain. The outfield was a little bit wet when the game started. With the southerly, it was never going to dry much.
Wait there, wait there. Wait.
No, we're into day 2 here. But of course there was overs lost yesterday. 84, nearly 85 overs. So, I mean, that's a day's cricket. You've gone for 423 in the day. $424 for 7.
Yeah, you've gone for 424 on a green top.
Haven't won the toss and bowled. When you meant to bowl 90 overs in the day, when you're bowling a lot of seam and all the stoppage. So all things being equal, you'd say 85 overs probably would have been bowled yesterday. 424 in the equivalent of a day's play, first day.
There's plenty still on the surface as well, that's for sure. Seen the ability of Henry and Southey once they've had the new ball in hand is to get that moving off the seam. So there'll be a couple of English bowlers in particular who will be licking their lips at the chance to have a bowl on this surface soon.
What would fascinate me is if, let's say, David Boone, the match ref, wanted out and said, right, I'm calling the game off and we're going to start again now. So we're starting again now, and even with everything everyone's seen, if you won the toss, what would you do? I think you'd still bowl. That's out. Yes. No, it's not. Jump the gun. That's Goober, and that's just, well, unacceptable as far as Blundell is concerned.
Well, it backs up the theory that you'd still have a bowl first if you're redoing the toss. To tell you someone who wants a redo, that is Tom Blundell. Just goes straight through the hands and straight down.
Oh, that'll help. That'll help a lot. You just, oh, Nick, one, I should be out. I just got some catching practice. Pops it up. Thank you very much.
Oh, there you go. Hasn't cost anything. Good reward from Matt Henry, who's been good again this morning. Putting the ball in the right area, and that's just up off the stickers once again. Spoons away to Tim Southey at mid-off. Well-earned wicket for Matt Henry. Robinson goes for 18. England now 424 for 8.
Incoming to the crease, Test cap number 684, Jack Leach.
Jack Leach comes into bat, number 10 at the fall of Robinson's wicket. It just looks to me, Frankie, like a handy tail ender wanting to play the new English style, just not quite having the skill to do it.
A good piece of bowling though from Matt Henry, just going a little bit fuller. I think Robinson perhaps thought he was going to get something shorter, but it brings about a smile from Tom Blundell and a sigh of relief as well. Not quite sure how he managed to drop that one, but it did no damage on the scoreboard. Henry picked up his 4th.
Still gnaw away at Blundell though. You're the wicket keeper, you're not meant to drop those. Professional pride. Well, he's got a chance at 5 for here, Henry, as well. Coming back into the side after missing the first one due to the birth of his first kid.
Yeah, been a good week for Matt Henry. Welcoming daughter Annabelle.
That's a nice name. .424 for 8.
Good to know you approve of the name.
Oh, I sort of have to. That's my daughter's name. Can't exactly say, what's he named that for? Well, you look at the difference in this game so far, and I know it's only started, but that magnificent partnership between Root and Brooke. Yeah, the partnership, 302 it was worth. It's a big heap-ho. But you take that out, that partnership out. Don't forget, the ball's moving around. New Zealand had their tails up. Won the toss. Yes, what a great toss to win. We're into them here. There's plenty of life in the surface. And it was just taken from them.
Well, I had to feel the whole time that it had the possibility of being a surface where if you picked up one, you could pick up 2 and 3 reasonably quickly. New Zealand side were able to reduce England for 21 for 3, but then there was a rather long wait.
Well, he wants to have a right go here. He's going to turn down the singles.
And that would have been the little bit of hope that New Zealand had throughout that partnership, even as it was developing and on and on. There was still that feel that if you could manage to find a way to pick up one, you could very quickly pick up another 2 after that. And as they've shown this morning, it has been their ability to pick up wickets and regularly keep picking up wickets. That means England have found themselves 8 down, but it is, again, that fast scoring rate that just keeps pushing the game on.
Yeah.
He's got along the ground. Just one, he's annoyed with himself too because he's taken the single. So the field is spread. It's not like Root was just going to play out, say 4, wait for the field to come up and take them on then. He's just going to take them on regardless. Finds himself on 149. Leach now has 3 balls to face. Sun comes out as well. This time it's been genuinely sunny this morning, so New Zealand top order will welcome that.
Wait there.
What was it you said yesterday? The sun brings hope.
Well, it does from a batting perspective. Low on the bat, quite a nice shot from Leach. She'll pick up 2. So I'd say he's got a free license to swing here, but Root will not want a single or a 3. He'll pick up 4 straight over the top of the slips. The perfect finish to the over as far as Joe Root at the other end is concerned. 431 for 8.
That's an excellent result. If you're England, if you're Jack Leach, it's really straightened up. Southey looking to go through the leg side as Leach. Thick outside edge runs away for 4. Big smile on the face. It's not how, it's how many.
This second new ball, it's enough to show that New Zealand top order in for a bit of a torrid time. Gee, that's a half a chance. No, it's all the way. Brilliant placement. It's bounced just before, but it's 150 for Joe Root. And that's enough. That's enough as far as England are concerned. So Joe Root brings up his 150. And at 435 for 8. In they come.
Incredible from Joe Root. 14th score of 150 or more throughout his career. Incredible innings of patience early on. He was able to really flourish at the end of it.
Well, did that sneak up on the New Zealanders? I think a good declaration there. 435 for 8. I think they've got enough. Maybe this could catch the New Zealand openers slightly unprepared. 153 not out for Joe Root. What a performance that has been for him. But story of the innings, once again, Harry Brook. What a magnificent innings that was. 186 from 176, and it didn't even look like he was really taking risks. It was just skill. Magnificent. Bright and breezy, 27 from the England skipper Ben Stokes. Not much other than that, but that massive partnership of 302 between Root and Brook is the reason why England find themselves at 435 for 8 declared after what is effectively less than a day's play. New Zealand bowlers, it was hard work once again. Tim Southee toiled away 1 for 93. Matt Henry on his return after missing the first game due to the birth of his first child. 4 for 100. I thought he looked good, and I thought he looked pretty dangerous actually early on today with the ball in hand as well. Neil Wagner 1 wicket, had some issues, and I thought Michael Bracewell bowled well, got some spin and bounce as well. He got 2 for 54 for his work. 435 it is. England are happy with that. Right, what we shall do now is take a break, and we'll have a look at the best bits of that innings while we wait for the New Zealanders to come out.
Yeah, if England get this right now, we've seen this morning how there is still life in the pitch and life in the new ball especially. You've got Broad and Anderson and Robinson, who are a high-quality attack. So, yeah, Ben Stokes has decided to move the game forward, as is his way. And he has, what, half an hour or so until the lunch break to see if they can make the first inroads.
Yeah, testing time. The opening batters who have to be prepared and ready to bat at any time of the day. Sort of goes with the territory. No night hawks for opening batters, that's for sure.
Oh no. Yeah, Latham and Conway against the 11 of England. Anderson still going strong, currently ranked #1 in the world, which is an extraordinary thing for a 40-year-old fast medium bowler to maintain that ranking, maintain that productivity. Again, one keeps repeating oneself, but it's just an absolute testament to his desire and fitness, commitment to playing cricket for England.
Yeah, quite remarkable at the age of 40. He's the #1 ranked test bowler in the world. No one would debate, begrudge that at all, the way that he is going, getting better and better it seems with age. Plenty of catches in play, 3 slips, 2 gullies. Well, it might be 4 slips. No, I'd say 2 gullies. 3 slips, 2 gullies in play for James Anderson. About to start things off.
No!
Oh no, it's definitely 4 slips from one.
There's a gap between third and...
Yeah, it's just a bit of a gap, nothing serious.
Well, I'm interested to see how much swing and movement there is. We saw some for New Zealand for that second new ball. Just the confidence of New Zealand's top order that got blown away. Both innings in the Mount in the first test. Stuart Broad with the pink ball in the second innings, picking up 4 wickets, rattled the New Zealand stumps. So it's really important here for this New Zealand top order.
It's good running. Good tactics too. Dab it and run, get off the mark, let the other bloke have a look at it.
Safest place to be is at the non-striker's end, some would say. We saw it from Joe Root and Harry Brook. They were excellent in terms of rotating the strike. Some very good left-handers here for New Zealand. Conway played well in the first innings in the first test at the Mount. He scored 77 from memory, I think. Played nicely. Missed out in the second. Short leg in play. You didn't see that from New Zealand, but I think it's a good fielding position. Just in case there's an inside edge onto that thigh pad that just pops up, brings Ollie Pope into play. 4 slips and a deepish gully now.
Correct. Yeah, I think the short leg is very valid. We saw with the new ball in New Zealand's hands, Southey's hands especially. Compared to Mount Maunganui, there is, as we've said many a time, just that little bit of extra bounce here. And when you get a bit of bounce and that movement that we saw, and you've got a bit of uncertainty from a batsman with the lengths and lines and that bounce being crucial, the inside edge onto a pad, thigh pad, is a distinct possibility.
Oh, there goes some movement back, but that bounce has saved Conway.
Yeah, it looks like it is a very good delivery. It comes back in, but you can imagine that at the Mount would have been 6 to 12 inches lower in terms of bounce. So actually on length alone there, you can leave that for now.
And that's what Conway's done, but if it's a yard fuller, look out. It's the plan that Jimmy Anderson will be working to. There it is there, that is a peach. There's a peel behind. There is some interest here from England. Certainly from behind the wicket.
I heard a great noise.
It's not hit body. It's not.
Folks said I heard a great noise. Is that enough for Ben Stokes to say let's go upstairs? It is. Early review.
Third umpire director, we have play review for caught behind and original decision is not out. I have checked this is a fair delivery. What is spin in place? Ball is close to the bat. Please confirm with outrage. Chris waiting for the outrage. Roll forward, roll forward, roll forward. Yes, there is spike. Then ball next to the bat. And I can't see any gap between the bat and ball. Good approach to the ball.
Finger goes up and England have their first in the very first over. Conway shakes the head and walks off. Another test wicket for Jimmy Anderson. And New Zealand lose their first. Impressive piece of bowling.
Lovely piece of bowling because he pushed it just that bit further up. So you got it slightly fuller. You commit the batsman, Conway in this occasion, to the shot and the thinnest of edges. Good review, great review from England. Great feedback from short leg, great noise from folks, nobody involved. And the net result is the first wicket with Devon Conway gone for a duck. New Zealand 1 for 1.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 248. Kane Williamson.
Kane Williamson makes his way out to the middle. Very good Test career. Enjoys playing here at Wellington. Averages 66 at the Basin Reserve. 3 centuries and 6 50s in his 21 innings here at the Basin Reserve. And if ever New Zealand needed him and to score those sorts of runs, it's right now. All right, let's have a listen.
I heard a great noise.
Happy with the noise.
It's not hit body. It's not hit body. Was he near the edge of the bat?
I'm happy with the noise.
There's a lot of feedback for the captain there, David, to take in, but I think it was Ollie Pope that said, I heard a great noise. That he did. New Zealand 1 for 1.
It was Fishwives at dawn, wasn't it? They got the right answer, and the combination, all that feedback, all that information, the noise that Ollie Pope heard from short leg, the assessment from Ben Folkes that it wasn't body, add it all together, and Ben Stokes had more than enough information to send this upstairs. And it is just the tiniest, the thinnest of edges that Ultra Edge confirms.
Opening the bowling from the Adelaide one end.
Tough start for New Zealand. Conway back in the shed. Decision that was reviewed correctly, and it sort of, to me, sums up where these two teams are at right at this moment. New Zealand burnt 2 reviews in the first half hour yesterday on day 1 that were guesswork, I would say. There was no surety about it. It was more of a plan, more consistent feedback in that dismissal of Conway.
Yeah, you've got to be able to trust the people who are giving you that feedback, haven't you? So, I mean, Folkes is obviously, the keeper is always key. The keeper is always involved in those sorts of decisions. That noise for short leg to hear as well. It's an added bonus. Pressure is on.
Down the leg side from Stuart Broad. Yeah, there's a lot of things coming at Ben Stokes as captain, isn't he, that you have to filter through and work out, like you say. There's probably 2 or 3 key people that you actually need to listen to, and they bring you the information. And there's no appeal from the wicketkeeper, so he hasn't heard anything in terms of a genuine nick. But his feedback is it can only be the outside edge if there is a noise because it's not body. Which is good feedback.
Yeah, I mean, Folkes was just entirely focused on catching the ball, wasn't he? And yes, obviously, if you hear a bigger nick as a keeper, instinctively you take the catch, do the job first, and throw it up in the air and start the appeal. But there are enough people around him. Slips seem to have heard something, so they're all coming in pretty confident. Or, it's one of those, it's what, probably 75% confident, where they think they've heard enough, seen enough, but maybe not entirely sure. But let's build the evidence, build the case for the prosecution.
There's an inside edge there onto pad, muted appeal. That is the area that's troubled Tom Latham. From around the wicket, 3rd to 4th stump line. That's a good area from Broad.
Yeah, the Broad radar's just been tweaked after those first couple of balls.
And you look at Tom Latham, who's very disciplined around his game plan and his defence. He's worried about that outside edge. Broad just angling in and nipping away, but it's actually the other delivery that's perhaps a little bit more dangerous at the moment that just keeps coming. And I think back to Tauranga, the second innings, look, it's that delivery that just keeps coming. Latham wanted to leave it alone, but couldn't. And then the previous delivery, that is a real danger area. It makes you, commits you to a shot. You have to make good decisions, be solid in defence over a long period of time. And if there's any movement, which there will be on the surface with this new ball, It makes it even more challenging.
Yeah, as an opening batsman, actually, to be fair, you're always going to be challenged by a new ball. And if it's, you're trying to cover that little bit of something outside edge, inside edge, and obviously you're watching the ball to make those last-minute adjustments as best you can. Play it late, so you let the ball come as far as it can towards you. Just play it as late as you can, I think, is the best way with the moving ball. One for one.
Yeah, you're trying to play tight, aren't you? You're trying to be solid in defence. You're looking for something that you can score off as well. To be fair, Broad and Anderson aren't giving this New Zealand top order much at the moment. It's very challenging.
It's the way it should be.
Well, Young into the test side, pads on, ready to go. Adding strength to this New Zealand batting lineup. It's going to be tested. Williamson off the mark, eases that through point. Well, this is the challenge that the batters have got. The first one nips in, some extra bounce, and then that one just goes across. If it had nipped back in like the previous two, it would have hit the middle of the bat. But that is just quality fast bowling.
Yeah, and the other point is just it was a 1.5 foot fuller. So close enough to get the... If he'd gone back to the original length, it would have been one of those ones that misses by millimetres, the odd centimetre.
Talk about batters having to make adjustments to surfaces in terms of pace and bounce, but bowlers have to be very quick to find the right length that I think attacks the top of the stumps and drags the batter forward as well.
Well, you've got to commit the batsman to playing, yeah. And it's something which these two, despite their qualities, didn't always do. No! Again, look at that. I mean, that is much fuller, trust me, much fuller than Jimmy Anderson would have bowled, say, a couple of years ago. And you used to watch him the new ball, and with Stuart Broad at the other end, on pitches that were doing a little bit, and you'd see the ball going past the outside edge, past the inside edge, looking like they're bowling brilliantly, but not picking up wickets. And then now they're being persuaded to push it further up. And to me, it's no coincidence that this new regime giving Anderson and Broad as much confidence as each and every batter to be slightly different. The fact is that Jimmy Anderson is #1 in the world because he's picking up wickets. Stuart Broad is back in the side because he's picking up wickets. And this is the time to strike when the ball is new.
Because that fuller length's more dangerous. Quite often you hear that style of bowling that you talked about, touch shorter. It's called a pretty length. That looks pretty, goes past the outside edge. That's a good area there. But actually doesn't trouble you. Into the over, 2 for 1. Actually, no. The umpires are just coming back to have a chat. I wonder what they're chatting away. Still 2 deliveries left in the over. Went a little bit early there.
Shocked us all, Macca. New tactics from New Zealand, just playing the 4-ball over.
We started at 8, didn't we? We've gone to 6. Why not try 4? Just a wee chat between the 2 umpires. Finds the gap, and there is plenty of gaps in this outfield for the New Zealand batters. No real timing, but he'll pick up 2, Will Latham.
See, again, a couple of years ago, that would have annoyed Jimmy Anderson, the fact that there was a space for runs. Because they used to just bowl tight to squeeze the opposition and allow the pressure to get wickets, whereas nowadays, push through the gap. Okay, turn back, have another go, keep it full.
With enough balls in the right area, there will be a mistake at some stage. It's a solid forward defence from Tom Latham to end the over this time, 4 for 1. He actually looked very good in defence in the second innings, did Tom Latham. Of all the New Zealand top order, he probably looked the most comfortable till his dismissal. So he's worked hard. He's very disciplined around that off stump. We'll just be hoping that perhaps he had a little bit of luck mixed in with that, and it's his day. Testing time for the New Zealand batting lineup. 15 minutes to the lunch break. We've lost Devon Conway in the first over of the day. Stuart Broad has been zoned in to the left-handed Latham. Now he gets a chance against New Zealand's number 3, Kane Williamson. He had a very quiet test by his standards at the Mount. That for a field. There's a leg slip in play, short leg. 4 slips waiting for something. There's an outside edge that's going to squirt away down to third. Might not go all the way. And it'll be close. They'll want to go upstairs and check on this to see whether it has actually gone all the way.
Yeah, it's Harry Brook who chased it all the way, and it's close. It's mighty close, isn't it? Yeah, I reckon it's just left the fingertip before that knee hits that boundary. So yeah, good work.
Maybe
one.
Maybe one frame in it. Every run counts. Quite got the radar here yet, has he, Stuart Broad? There's been a number of balls down the leg side.
Don't panic. Sorry, I'm showing a bit of partiality there. Reminds me, I do need a haircut.
You ever have hair that long, David?
Well, sadly, yes.
Surely you never had a shirt like that, though.
Sadly, yes.
2 ticks.
If you go back to my school photographs, the first 11 in 1970 something, not quite that long, to be fair, but not far off. There's nothing wrong with a colourful shirt in the right place.
It's called a Hawaiian shirt.
Well, it can be Hawaiian, Caribbean, African. Is there a Wellington version?
I'm not sure that's it. Oh, there goes that shape away from the left-hander that Broad's so well known for. Latham's having a good look at it, trying to watch it and play as late as he can because it angled in, then just went away. Next one will probably keep coming and attack off stump. And that is the skill and the quality that these 2 great fast bowlers possess. It's well played in the end too, because it did keep coming.
Yeah, he's well organised, Latham. And he's doing his absolute utmost when it's full enough to get a bit of a stride in, to cover all the options, so bat and pad close together, so there isn't a way through onto the stumps, and to cover that possibility of a little bit of something going away from you. So, I mean, dare I say it, it's a good technique. Dare I say it, he's looking pretty solid at the moment.
It's another good testing over, isn't it, that we would expect from Broad and Anderson. I don't think today is dress-up day, but there certainly is some costumes out there amongst the crowd. Traffic cone is always a favourite amongst some. It actually is dress-up day. I haven't seen as many.
Yeah, I mean, I was told it was dress-up day. I've obviously given it a go. Maybe I must have misread the rules, so.
It's not quite Edgbaston dress-up day, is it? It's not quite at that level yet. Dress-up day here at the Basin Reserve. Real mixture of different costumes. Those ones are pretty basic, aren't they? Turn up as cricketers at the cricket. I think it's something a little bit more original, perhaps. Oh, it's a beauty past the outside edge, but perhaps, as you mentioned a bit earlier, just that shorter length allows Williamson just to move the bat inside the line.
Yeah, this is more, I mean, it does move, and it's a good limit. This is more one that's just designed to push him back a bit. I think that's one that relies, well, we'll see what the follow-up is.
Edged and gone. There goes the combination from Anderson. Williamson's on his way, and England have two. Gee, this is quality from the #1 ranked test bowler in the world. Impressive stuff.
Well, we talk about the likes of Root and Brook loving batting. Jimmy Anderson just loves bowling. And so one slightly shorter, one slightly fuller. It's loose from Williamson. It is a loose shot from a very, very fine batsman, but the result is exactly what England wanted. Getting rid of Williamson is always a key moment. He goes for 4 today, and New Zealand slumped to 7 for 2.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 280, Will Young.
Well, Young comes in at number 4 in his 13th test match. He's only opened and batted number 3 in his 13-match test career, so a new spot for him. And he's here because you would say just a loose shot from Kane Williamson, who does play that shot very well, but usually when it's a little bit closer into him, nice piece of bowling, just enough movement away, and the rest is history.
Yeah, there's no doubting Williamson's record and his overall class. He's just possibly a little bit out of sorts for some reason at the moment, and 2 low scores at Mount Maunganui, testing conditions here in Wellington. I mean, he will be the first to tell you, I'm sure, to acknowledge that was loose.
Yeah, it's a ball that could easily have been left alone, but like that, perhaps, that touch fuller that time to Young.
Yeah, I mean, Williamson, again, if you're honest, and you have to be honest with yourself as a player, you'll look at that thinking, could have left it on 2 grounds. One is line, 2 is length. You know, on either count, you could have left it quite safely. At a time where you're looking just to get through to the break, looking just to get to lunch.
Oh, that one nips back, so with some bounce, so straight away Will Young seen 1 go away, 1 come back. It just clouds your decision making a little bit. What do I leave now and what do I play? Well, this is the 2 balls Kane Williamson faced from Anderson. The first one went away, very similar lengths. That one was a touch wider and he went after it and just found the outside edge. 2 similar deliveries in terms of length, a little bit different in terms of width. Nice piece of bowling. I just think there's 10 players that just aren't at their best right at this moment, And the problem for New Zealand is that they're up against the very best in terms of a very good bowling attack. Solid in defence on the front foot. It's a big appeal. He got outside the line. I think there might even be a little inside edge. How interested is Ben Stokes?
It wasn't high inside on. It wasn't higher than line speed. It wasn't high from side on. It wasn't.
Chat going on. Not interested. End of the 5th over, 7 for 2.
Well, again, there was a lot of information being offered. I think it's the combination of contact, probably just outside maybe, and the bounce. The bounce isn't too much, I don't think. So that back leg was bent. You know, I'm not sure it was going over, to be honest.
From the Adelaide Road end.
Just confirming the current rankings, current ICC Test match rankings for bowlers. James Anderson, England. Rating just takes him ahead of Ashwin, Ravichandran Ashwin. Of course, he's picking up wickets in the series against Australia in India.
Now Ollie Robinson at number 4, who's got the ball in hand. New Zealand's highest ranked bowler is Kyle Jamieson, ranked at 8, injured. Let's have a look how close it actually. There was no inside edge. The impact was just outside, so it was a good stride by Will Young to get outside off, because it was certainly going on to hit the stumps. Nice piece of bowling. And the ball's going both ways. That's the challenge, isn't it? What do I play? But Will Young made a very good stride forward, got off the crease, and if you can do that, you give yourself a chance. Yeah, just confirming, someone's seen it, said it was outside. But again, a good decision not to review, so there was some good feedback coming to Stokes, and again, England made the right decision.
Yeah, I'm guessing that the best part of that information would have come from behind the stumps in terms of the point of impact.
That one actually looked a lot closer than the 3 that New Zealand took on review that all went missing. So I think decision making is excellent from England. They've got it down pat. Feedback's good to the captain. Got 2 right so far in these first 5 overs. And that's a beauty that goes past Latham's outside edge. Got to be okay with the ball going past the outside edge. On a surface that is nipping around, it's okay to play a miss. You can't let that bother you.
Left-hander's right.
And not a right-hander's?
No, it's traditional left-hander's right. The simple, well, I say simple, the key is not to follow the ball. You can line it up, you can prepare to play at it. If it keeps coming, fine. If it goes away, just don't follow it. When you line it up like that, which is just a genuine leave, or so much easier. But the ones that you think you might have to play at, I mean, that was a long time ago, but I've done this before. Yeah, and you don't follow. If you don't follow it, you remain confident that you're not going to nick it, because the ball will do its work, it will go past, and there you go. I mean, Sir Richard Hadley, bless him, Paddles will remember the number of times he beat my outside edge exactly on that basis.
Made an over for Robinson, 7 for 2. Yeah, it's an important point, isn't it? Quite often it's your hands that get you in trouble, because you're looking to hit the ball when you actually just need them to be quiet. Let the ball go past that outside edge. It'll be challenging for this New Zealand lineup. England very dominant, firstly with bat, and now they've been challenging with ball. Picked up 2 wickets in this pre-lunch spell. Conway and Williamson back in the shed. Work to do for that New Zealand middle order that has been strengthened with Will Young coming into the side. The second test match means that Nichols, Mitchell and Blundell just dropped down one to add some strength, and they're going to be needed. King Kapisi, who's going to be doing a bit of music, doing some jiving in the lunchtime break, David, that I'm sure you'll be au fait with some of his best work.
Wouldn't like to brag.
It'll be noisy. It'll have the crowd up and going. Concert in the lunchtime break, which I'm sure everyone's looking forward to. He's got his New Zealand cricket test shirt on. New Zealand's very best artists in play.
Is that his fee? He gets a free shirt.
Right on!
There's been plenty of entertainment on the field as well, hasn't there, for this very good crowd here at Basin Reserve on a Saturday. Dress-up day, as we mentioned, the kids got dressed up. Good to see the youngsters here. Edged up and over. Got a little bit of width and a little bit of length, and Latham said it's time to attack, and went up and over the slip cordon.
Yeah, with the up and over, the odds are normally in your favour. Give it a full go, gives that impetus to clear the slips. Runs are very precious at this stage.
Just feel at the moment that there's something happening every ball, don't you? You feel that Jimmy Anderson is in good areas for a long period of time, that anything's possible here. New Zealand need to get through to the break. This is probably the final over without any more loss.
Yeah, if you're an opening batsman under these conditions, it is akin to finding your way through the wilderness to the promised land of runs in the afternoon. Maybe.
Well, there's a bit of chance if you can get through to that lunch break. One ball left in this first session on day 2. No run. And let's see what the umpires do. They flick the bails off. Looks like the players are walking from the field. And lunch has been called. Another dominant session for England. Firstly with the bat, and now with the ball. Jimmy Anderson has picked up 2 New Zealand wickets that has put them on the back foot. Latham and Young have had to fight hard, but they'll walk off at lunchtime knowing that they have the opportunity to bat for as long
7 overs bowled. The beauty of getting a spell like that is you can use your premier fast bowlers. Shane Bond, who's beside me right now, they can then have 40 minutes off and they can start again. So that opening salvo lasts longer.
Yeah, someone like Jimmy Anderson, Reg, who's already started well, gets the chase into the game, his body's good, his confidence is up, he's had that break. And so what could be a 4 or 5 over spell, it ends up being a 10 over spell in a row. So it's that extended period of pressure. And New Zealand had to bat that 7 overs where really there's nothing to achieve. The only thing that could be achieved is losing a couple of wickets and you're behind the 8 ball, which is exactly what happened.
I thought Anderson was smack on it. And he's been rewarded with the 2 wickets. Broad, he's only bowled a couple of overs, but he hasn't gone for any, but I don't think he quite hit the same consistent line and length in those first 2 overs that we saw up the road in Mount Maunganui.
Well, that's what I enjoyed about Stokes, is he didn't wait. He didn't give Broad the opportunity to continue to bowl. He straight out of the attack, gave Robinson an opportunity, lets Broad settle over a lunch break, gives him back the new ball for a second go.
I think those sorts of runs are really important when you're in this situation. I know they're only 1, but you get off strike, there's a little bit of release of pressure. You hit the ball as well.
Yeah, we've seen very different game plans. New Zealand are content just to bat where they are, allow it to soak up that pressure. England from 1 to 5, 6, very proactive with moving down the crease, the bowler in particular. So New Zealand never really got a run of balls at one batsman. That's when they look the most likely. I think it shows the confidence in the bowlers too with the field. There's effectively 5 slips and no one else except mid-off on the offside. So there's gaps aplenty. England's still confident to keep New Zealand tied down.
That's a great area there, but good runs for Latham. Quite like the round the wicket approach to Latham. In the first test, he drove at 1, he edged it, dropped. And then soon after that, he got caught in 2 minds very late, got his off pole uprooted. So this round the wicket approach, he's an opening batter who likes to leave the ball early. So you're asking him to have to present the bat at the ball. Good shot, fine shot. And we'll give Latham a bit of confidence.
I was about to say, Rick, angling into that off stump, that's almost what you want to be doing with Tom Latham, inviting the drive. It's not a genuine half volley. Beautiful extension, good confidence booster for Latham.
Yeah, if you're Broad, if you're Stokes, you're not too worried about that. But the balance was key there. 1 step and hit. Yeah, and that's important. If there's an overcorrection, 2 straight, flip away, pick up a couple.
It's almost a continuation of Broad before the luncheon interval, just that lack of control of both line and length, giving New Zealand the opportunities to pick up scoring. And when you do that as a batsman, it makes you feel far more comfortable. So Broad, he wants to adjust that radar and settle into a line and length. There's still assistance in this wicket, and this ball is still new.
We had a target at the Mount, and the target was off stump. So he had to find focus there. He could attack the stumps with the new ball. This is a different type of situation here. If he's thinking, all right, what's my most likely form of wickets? It's caught in the slip cord and it's caught keeper. So now he's He's not attacking the stumps. He's bowling what we would call fourth and fifth stump.
The other thing too is often in grounds around the world, the overcast conditions means the ball swings. Often it's different here in Wellington. It's the bright blue sky that brings about that swing. That's what Broad's biggest weapon is, the swing away from the left-hander. He's searching for it, almost trying to get too much swing. That's where he's missing both on the leg side and offside.
It's 21 for 2.
Opening the sessions bowling from the RA Vance stand-in, James Anderson.
Yeah, at the other end, James Anderson has been right on the money, and he's been rewarded with the 2 wickets. And from a maybe New Zealand confidence point of view, those 2 wickets being New Zealand's, I guess, best 2 players over the last period of cricket, Conway and Williamson. What have I got here? Duckett is running somewhere. I think he's running down 2 leg slip. So there's no one on the offside in a run-saving position.
It's a remarkable field. As a batsman, you just run down and try and hit it through the offside. You can't get caught. So Jess Anderson's just going to look to bowl that in-swinger back in. If he gets a little bit straight, there's a man at leg slip. Maybe a bat pad if it's back of a length. It sort of puts the slips as redundant. You'd think the line he's trying to bowl.
It's tempting, isn't it? It's tempting to just get bat and ball outside off stump. It's a big slip caught in though. And that's an immaculate length, and it nearly causes... You've got to get it further in front. That's the thing. The other thing, maybe you could consider standing on off stump, get further across so that when you defend, the ball's going to go in front.
Again, we saw how far the England batsmen batted out of their crease. They're a foot outside. As I said, across to off stump, that far down the crease, almost can take that LBW out of play.
Oh, I think there's a little noise. Yes, there is. It's another absolute ripper from Anderson. He has been on the money, you mark my words, today.
I reckon it's almost irrelevant what the field is when you have that ability, that control. It's just a little bit of seam movement over top of the stumps. It's an absolute peach. Will Young, he hasn't done a lot wrong. It's just that James Anderson is far too good. So New Zealand, well, they lose their 3rd. Young for 2. Now 21 for 3.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 269, Henry Nicholls.
Henry Nicholls, he's got a good average. He's scored a lot of runs for New Zealand, 108, 108s. 800s.
Oh, it's consistent.
Imagine getting 108s. Just beautiful bowling. That's what quick bowlers bowl for. Batter just pushes forward. You take just the shoulder of the bat, fine little edge. It's perfection. That is fast bowling perfection. clearly England fear Nicholls because they've got a mid off and a mid on. That's good lead. We move to the top of the world rankings, Jimmy Anderson, after the last test match. And he's proven why here. Obviously, Posse #1 suits him.
Just that length, it's a little bit of extra bounce, finding that shoulder, but that's why Anderson's so tough for both left and right. And in these conditions in particular, is he can move the ball both ways. And now that it's just doing enough, and his strength is that consistency, that's why he's the one with the 3 wickets. Such a great bowler.
And away with a very, very confident stroke. And he'll pick up 4. 25 for 3. Keeper bowled you.
This is a length that Anderson wants to avoid. It's just that back of a length, dead length, and he knows it too. Provides Nicholls the opportunity to get underway early in his innings, which is a confidence booster for him. Struggling with a little bit of form. It's well put away by Nicholls.
Oh, now that's gone away a little. And that's what Broad is bowling for. It's interesting with these great combinations. So you got Broad, you got Anderson, and I think about Bolton Salvi as well for New Zealand. And so often someone has their day. Maybe the other part of the bowling partnerships down at fine leg brooding because they're not getting the wickets, and they front the next day or the next game and pick up the wickets. I think it's as much of that the great partnership scenario as bowling together.
I think there's a natural competitiveness too. I think they do want to outdo each other. I think you heard that with Waka Yunus and Wazim Akram. I know there's a natural competitiveness between Bolt and Southey, but it ends up complementing each other. But you actually want to do better than your mate does. They're a unique pair. Is that Broad? He's done it so many times where he gets on a run and rolls through teams so often. Anderson similar. It doesn't matter where it comes from as long as one of them's doing it.
Ah. 25 for 3.
His team the other day, we were going to a World Cup. He could play in it. He would be useful.
And he's allowed to play. Isn't that, you turn up with the world's best bowler in your team. Well, yeah, if you turned up, New Zealand over 40s turned up and you're playing England, and Jimmy Anderson's there, I mean, you'd be going, hang on, that's not fair. And then it's perfectly fair, he's over 40.
It's remarkable. You'd think those bowling stats, you can understand that they get better as he moves into his 30s, even mid-30s, but the fact it's still getting better at the age he is unbelievable.
You need to find out who was in that team. Oh, lovely shot down the ground. He started well here, Nicholls. That's two really confident. One off the back foot, and now one straight down the ground off the front foot. So things are moving well.
That's good feet movement into the ball. This time Anderson looking for the fuller length, but he over pitches. Shows a good intent from Nicholls to put that away.
So who in that New Zealand over 40 side? Because there's two types of players. There's ones they end their first class or international career, never want to play again, ever. Ever.
Well, there's 40s, 50s and 60s now, so it's, you know, they say a long time retired, but these days you're not. You're almost, it's the other way around. The players of note are the Marshall brothers. They're the players of note. Everyone else will probably club cricketers from around the country, or there is one player who played for Ireland in the 2007 World Cup who's playing for New Zealand this time.
Those Marshall boys love their cricket, don't they? But they're still quite athletic.
You're seeing now with this generation, and this across all sports, where the training ethic starts at such a young age that players are just playing longer. Basketball, LeBron James at 38, still one of the best players in the world. Anderson, the best bowler at 40. Just that time's getting pushed back.
Well, I think it's the science. Nice clip too. He's timed that really well. And he'll pick up another boundary. So 3 boundaries with 3 very, very different shots for Nicholls.
It's good stuff from Nicholls on the hip. It's the timing that's impressive.
This is where you don't want to be one of those fatalistic thinkers where you think, man, I'm batting well today. I bet I nick a real good one. 33 for 3 after 11. Yeah, the training. It's the science. He still plays. I think, how old would Chats be? Ewan Chatfield, one of the greats. He loves his cricket. He's still, look at, he's fit. Look at him. Wiry and sinewy. But not flash texting. Thick outside edge. He should run down the boundary for force. So they're all good runs.
It's a good line by Broad. He's shown a little bit of movement. That tends to be a bit wider. This one's attacking off stump, but he hasn't got that ball to shape away. Ball goes down to third man for 4 runs. That's the area he wants to be in for Latham.
Look at this, and there's some good balls being bowled, but I mean, there's so many deliveries even with a ball that's just 11.2 overs old that are just going through very placidly. I mean, players aren't getting beaten outside the the New Zealanders, 2 of them have just got to say, well, got out to good balls, didn't do much wrong. It's a very playable surface.
Again, that movement, but it's too wide. I think New Zealand had England 21 for 3, so with the grass cover that's on the pitch, you would expect some movement with the new ball, which there is. It's not exorbitant movement, but there's a little bit there. But again, you're going to get success through consistency. Anderson, particularly in his first 5 overs, got that reward. Matthew Henry did yesterday. Again, it's going to be what do England do when they follow up. Expect similar sort of consistency from Robinson. That's a trait of his bowling.
Now he's a bit frustrated here, Broad, because when he's outside off stump, harmlessly seeming, when he's too close, well, you can see the movement there. That's just enough, isn't it? It was about half a bat width. And that's, because it was shorter, it looks like it seemed a bit more. I mean, that's perfect. That is just enough to not beat the outside edge.
I've seen a number of bowlers sitting in the outfield, actually sitting down trying to remove the mud from their shoes. It's quite a damp outfield. You can see the marks where the bowlers have run in, so you do pick up that grass, dirt into your shoes, which then accentuates that slippage at the crease. So
yeah, you drag it on, don't you? It's not like the pitch is wet. You drag the moisture onto the surface. That's good area there. I think you probably played in that test match in Dunedin where rather than using sawdust, they came up with the ingenious idea of using kitty litter. And it wasn't so ingenious after all, was it? You know, kitty litter is just little hard bits that ended up all over the pitch. It was like someone had just thrown pebbles all over the pitch.
It's pretty flat down there, so you did anything to get some movement. Yeah, it was bizarre. It was very bizarre. But often New Zealand pitches are very grassy, so bowlers do have an issue of sliding. Hagley's one in particular on the first day where bowlers have real issues getting grip when they deliver.
And nicely tucked away by Nicholas Gentz, and he's underway very nicely. Very productive at the moment. Chance of 3, they'll take it. 41 for 3. just see the difference at the moment between the two opening bowlers. Anderson he is asking them to play. He's bowling top of off just outside. It just looks like he's inviting edges defensively as well. The other end, Broad bowling around the wicket. When he gets that little bit of movement away that he wants, it's from too wide, and then he's trying to hit that area that Anderson's hitting, but then he just gets too straight. Now Anderson around the wicket. He's funny, Anderson, too, when he bowls a delivery that he must know when he lets it go that it's not the right area, and he almost stops. He doesn't follow through.
A little scratch at the foot mark as well, coming round the wicket. He's bowling into what is it's a strong wind, but it's a gusty wind. It's a difficult bowling day yesterday because of the gustiness. Often you come to Wellington, it's a strong breeze, but if it's a consistent breeze, it makes it easier as a bowler. When it's gusty, you get no rhythm in your run up. Your timing can often be out. It's cool.
Well, I think that's the difference between the southerly and the northerly here. The northerly gets strong, but can be just consistently strong. The southerly comes in puffs. Nicely punched. It was full. He waited. Just punched it. Oh, better run. The throat. Not good enough to impress James Anderson.
He's annoyed, Anderson, but this is good for New Zealand. Again, like England did in the Root-Brook partnership, is not allowing Anderson to have a run of balls at one batsman. Turning the strike over, not allowing him to settle into a plan, and then he can become impatient and go searching a little bit quicker than what he wants to.
He's a bit frustrated here, Anderson. He's got very high standards for himself because he's not happy. He's got 3 for 26. He's the pick of the bowlers so far. He's scratching around at the crease, muttering this and muttering that.
Muttering to the batsman too. You definitely know he's not happy when he's muttering to the batsman.
It's the last one of the over right though. 46 for 3. Just lifted a little bit, maybe a fraction away.
From the Adelaide Road, Ollie Robinson.
Okay then, 46 for 3. Distance between the two sides, 389. Robinson next to operate. England, of course, have 3 very, very high quality fast medium bowlers to use with this still newish ball, 13 overs old. Pressure is on, definitely. If you're clutching for straws in the New Zealand batting lineup, 21 for 3, of course, the same score for England yesterday. And the recovery started after that. Let's not make any grand predictions, but you never know.
Put on 302, you reckon?
No need to be quite so greedy, but let's build it up one by one, 10 by 10, 100 by 100. Well, that was an extraordinary partnership, wasn't it? But one little difference is that New Zealand had less to work with after the new ball pairing had finished of Southey and Henry. The seagull, you just can't control the seagulls, can you? No matter how often you explain the laws of cricket to them, please do not move behind the bowler's arm, but especially in front of the bowler's arm. There he goes. Offered a burger on the edge of the field. There are famous instances of birds being hit off the bat. Once I've seen actually out of the hand. I think in Adelaide there was one out of the hand. So be warned, Mr. Gull or Mrs. Gull, I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Maybe Miss Gull.
I do famously remember the one, the MCG was carried off after being struck, put outside the boundary line, and then it ended up revived. It was fine. It got itself up. A couple of overs later, flew away.
Yeah, some are sturdier than others, aren't they? That's the thing. It depends whether it was a glancing blow or a full-on head blow. Important day for Henry Nicholls, important day for everyone, of course, but for Nicholls, where he'll be thinking that his more recent form hasn't been up to his normal standards, up to scratch as far as he's concerned. So a battle is on here for sure.
Yeah, 130 runs in his last 10 innings, average of just 13.
Oh, a nibble. It's good bowling. It's a definite nibble. 46 for 3. Yeah, gets himself in position on off stump. So when you do that, you end up playing at stuff that is wide of off stump. Nonetheless, it did move quite a long way off the seam with that bounce as well.
From the Army bandstanding, Stuart Broad.
Only 6 for 3. Got a change of ends for Stuart Broad. Anderson, of course, is the man with the wickets to his name. Broad so far number 20 from 5. Now he's had the wind as it stands largely behind him, so he's now going to have to adjust to strongish breeze coming into his face.
Just to add to the difficulty, just as this ball lands, just picks up a little tuft of grass on the way. See, just digging into the surface. See a little piece of grass fly off towards the left of screen. So just signs that it is Still just going through the top of the surface. That little scalloping through that top layer of grass could mean it's a little uneven later on.
Keeping the bird thing going, eagle-eyed. Yeah, the point about that play and miss, though, was in the end, when you look at where the ball was, it was well wide of off stump. So by doing these things you try and do to negate, should we say, one way of getting out, you then introduce another chance. You're now playing at something. Again, I'll make the point, it did move quite a long way and bounced as well, so hard to edge, but you then make yourself vulnerable elsewhere. Little too full, not timed, still gets one for it.
I actually think this is a surface that could really suit Ollie Robinson. Just think with the extra height, he's still got that ability to bowl the fuller delivery, but you can bowl it to extract some bounce out of the surface, and this Basin Reserve pitch definitely has bounce. And so because of the length he's able to bowl, you always feel like you have to play at it. So just another way to be able to bring the outside edge into play.
There's a big inside edge, so the initial excitement is muted.
Yeah, just a little high, but still prodigious movement off the surface. But it is that bounce that we were talking about that again to the fore saves Henry Nicholls on this occasion.
Tidy over, 47-3. Well, for both these respective first innings, the early overs have been mighty, mighty testing. Still a long way for New Zealand to climb from the depths of the valley they've started in, but the grit being shown so far by Latham, especially in Nicholls, 24 and 17 respectively. The thing about Ollie Robinson, I think, with this pitch, Frankie, you're mentioning that it might well suit him. I think he's just got to be pretty careful about his lengths, in the same way as Broad and Anderson have worked very hard to push it up a little bit further. It's that fine line between finding movement, beating the bat, and finding movement from a slightly fuller length again, just to get the edge. I think Robinson could afford to be just a fraction fuller based on that. Okay, that one delivery. Somewhere around there is a good length, I think. And then if something happens, you've got a batsman committed to play. If it's enough to take the edge, then happy days if you're the bowler. It's been a good series for him. It's been a good few months for him, actually.
He's had a pretty handy start to his Test match career. He just seems to have the knack ability to break partnerships, pick up wickets pretty regularly.
Yeah, when he played his first Test match, you could see the ability. But what everyone noted at the time was that he seemed to run out of stamina by the third session of the day. So you had a full day in the field, third session, speeds are way down. Then Australia a year ago, give or take, just over. Lots of questions being asked about his fitness. But since then, he's taken everything on board, improved his stamina, fitness, commitment. And he is getting his just rewards because of it. Changing the angle, trying the traditional right arm over to the left-hander. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, he's got two pretty good examples, doesn't he, in his side, and Broad and Anderson, the longevity of their careers. 160 and 170 odd Test matches each shows that they've clearly been in good shape, taking good care of themselves, and just have the ability now, with only playing one format as well, to be able to get themselves into prime bowling shape.
It's nice. Nicely left as well. Yeah, I mean, the modern game gives you enough opportunities to work hard and enough opportunities to get the breaks in between. If you're playing all formats, of course, it gets trickier. For those that are, shall we say, dedicated to, say, the red ball alone, you get a lot of gaps. So time to recover, in fact, sometimes too much time. It's what you do in between to keep yourself in the right sort of shape to pick it up as soon as you get back to it. That counts. .47 for 3. One of the great things, isn't it? Learning how to play Test cricket. If you come into a side that's successful and you've got confident people around you, then the whole game seems so much easier. Coming into a side where there's a lot of confusion, lack of confidence, you know, you've got to fight your own battles. You've got no one to talk to, really. Tell you one thing, most people here today are well wrapped. Plenty of layers.
Yeah, sensible from the Wellington locals. They know that it could well be 4 seasons in a day.
How much difference do you think it makes to a bowler of Stuart Broad's experience when his captain shouts, "Come on, Stewie," from 40 yards away?
Well, he also was the man that Stuart Broad, he decided that the bandana was what was bringing him wickets, so maybe the encouragement from first slip is all he needs.
Well, it worked for Mark Knopfler. Yeah, it's getting to that stage now, isn't it, where some of the heat has dissipated. You know, that brand new ball, always the major threat. And now we're getting to that persistent stage where keeping it tight builds the pressure, where the movement, you'll get something out of the pitch at some stage, but not all the time now. Wondering what Jack Leach might get from it. Not a lot, I suspect. As and when his time comes, Jack Leach. Saw Bracewell bowling earlier today, and by using a lot of air, got the ball to turn. I've said it before over the last few months. Caribbean, English summers, overseas again now. Leach is less likely to toss it into the air and take pace off. Sure, it's the major point of discussion there.
It does take a little bit of adjusting between venues and surfaces here in New Zealand, more so for the spinners than the seamers. Your length is roughly there or thereabouts the same, but there are some surfaces that'll definitely have something on offer for the spinner. Noticeably what you see here at the Basin is bounce, but if you can get the ball to be gripping in the surface and getting off the straight as well, all of a sudden getting two of those aspects, you actually become a dangerous option. And it's not saying, you know, turn up and rip teams out. That's absolutely not the case. I think across the last 5 or 6 test matches, spinners have averaged over 50 with the ball. So it's not saying it's a ground where they're going to have a huge amount of success or come to it really easily. But there's just enough on show from Bracewell to suggest that there's a role for the spinner to play during this test. And I think if Leach can find a way to be putting a lot of revs on the ball, trying to spin the ball hard, then he might actually find that he can draw the odd mistake out of the New Zealand batters.
It's nicely played. The legs are pumping in pursuit. $51 for 3. Yeah, it's a nice shot with just the economy of movement, just letting the ball come to him, using timing rather more than any sense of power or brute force. Decent chase. Well, the ball has stopped doing things, so obviously it's the ball's fault. You've got the senior bowler having a word with a very, very experienced umpire, just sowing the seeds as to what's wrong with the ball, as to whether or not it's showing signs, premature signs of wear. Maybe there's another ball we could be using that might do more, is the obvious subplot here.
Well, only 17 overs in. That is playing the long game, that's for sure. That is laying the groundwork for later in the day.
Good leave.
Woof. But there's only two kinds, isn't there? We're either saying good leave or well bowled.
That is so close. But again, from length, you have got on this pitch, you've got the option of leaving on length, but as the ball gets slightly older and the bounce just drops slightly, you've got to be really good. Straight over the top of middle and off. Not such a good leave. That's the one that, I mean, that's the follow. That's a good follow-up, isn't it? Because he's just left one. Latham's left one, which has just bounced over the stump. So he's now thinking, maybe I need to get a bat on the next one. It's just a fraction wider, a little bit of something on the surface as well. So the good news is he didn't push out at it. I'm pretty sure he analysed it, looked at it, didn't push at it, didn't follow it. Therefore, in a sense, just allowed it to pass. But yeah, you start to play at it. Have a look here as well. What happens when the ball pitches? It's good work at short leg. Ollie Pope, the man who is slightly deeper actually than traditionally speaking short legs would stand. We see these trends. I mean, some years ago, short leg would be that much closer. You just take away the... Is that grass or... It's grass, isn't it? So the good news, not a lump of turf. Oh, no wonder. I was talking about short legs. Traditionally, or way back, they would stand much closer. Only there really for one that just pops up off, maybe inside edge onto pads, maybe a glove. And there's a guy I used to play alongside, a fellow called Phil Edmonds, who used to fielder in a beanie hat. And he'd be almost on the cut strip, talking to the batsman at all times. Never caught one. See, that's he was very good there. Couldn't resist the line. 51 for 3. Yeah, the hood goes up. Every layer of protection very welcome in the face of the southerly breeze, southerly wind, wending its way from the Antarctic. It's on all the tourist brochures. So it is indeed time for Jack Leach, who will be into the breeze. So what's the plan? Got the current captain not talking to the bowler, you've got the ex-captain talking to the bowler. Not exactly rushing, dare I say it, to get people in position. Very little, hang on. Not only that, Jack Leach is his little loosener. Delivered it to Harry Brook, I think it is. And the ball has ended up 2/3 of the way to the boundary. So if you're thinking of having a quiet break at home yourself, now's the time to put the kettle on. Depending where you are, take the top off something. Benny and the Jets playing in the background. We've probably got time for the full song. In fact, the whole album. In fact, all of Elton John's greatest hits.
Yeah, well, if Jack Leach was hoping to just bowl a few and warm up and feel it good out of the hand and say today's going to be a good day, not quite sure bowling one 4 feet over the man's head and halfway to the boundary was exactly what he'd envisaged, but...
Hang on a sec, sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I think he might bowl one. Yeah, what you expect from Jack is obviously he'll just try and settle into a line and a length. He's not going to be tossing it up straight away, if ever. So he's going to try and settle into that line and a length, deal with the breeze first of all. Oh, that's off the glove. It isn't, it's mighty close.
Off the shoulder.
Maybe not then.
It's bounce though. That is encouraging for Jack Leach.
Well, if Nicholls is going to play that, introduces an element of risk into things with the bounce, just the extra bounce from this pitch. Deep square is very square. There he goes again. That's better contact. Well, see what Tom Latham decides is the best way to play. If he can see it through the trees, of course, that's the next slight issue.
Catch.
A very competent player spinners, Tom Latham. Very organised in the way he goes about things.
Competent, confident, and certainly confident enough just to run at it and smack it straight down the ground for 6.
Now this is a good matchup for Tom Latham. Here is spin out of that surface. He has got to the pitch of it and drilled it down the ground and down the road as well.
Well, Jimmy Anderson might get his wish then. A different ball.
Catch.
59 for 3. And the burning question is, where did that ball come from? They've been declared officially missing. There's police looking for it. All points bulletin. Where's the balls? Seems to must have been attached to elastic.
It's just a very keen fielder out there, perhaps. Maybe someone waiting to get into the ground. Ended up in their lap and just lob it back over the fence.
There's someone lying unconscious out there. Their wife's just lobbed it back. Well, we knew the process had started. Questions being asked about this tricky ball. There is A's. There's lob back ever so quickly. And then lob back on the field. Here we go.
Good use of the relay throw.
Yeah. Some modern trends are very, very good, you know.
Right on.
Yeah, just tucked away. That's all you need to do. Ooh. Good line, good length. Just a little edge. Change of angle over the wicket. Ooh. Not entirely necessary, Ollie, but there we go. Think about it over drinks, because that's what's coming next. 20 overs into this New Zealand first innings. Early storms have been weathered. 60 for 3.
Start of the game here. New Zealand trailing by 375 runs. Tom Latham unbeaten on 35. Henry Nicholls unbeaten 19. The 3 wickets all go to James Anderson, and all in similar fashion. Devon Conway was the first over of New Zealand's first innings. Feathered edge, Woakes unsure. The comms came in from the cordon. Ben Stokes with the review, and the decision clear-cut on ultra edge. Kane Williamson, a shot he's played with great success throughout his career. This time just got the angle slightly wrong. And again, a familiar sight this morning, or this afternoon. Woakes taking the catch, and the last to go was Young. Only stuck around for 9 balls, and he was dismissed for 2. It's a good delivery, that. And Will Young will have turned around and thought, well, there wasn't much I could do, and James Anderson probably shook his head and thought there wasn't much he could do either.
No, it's one of those ones, Scotty, that 99 times out of 100 as a batter, you're walking off disappointed in yourself because you've got yourself out, you've made a mistake. I think it was 2 of the 3. I think Devon Conway and Will Young can probably sit back in the change room and say, we didn't do a lot wrong. Will Young especially, it was just an outstanding piece of fast bowling, just enough movement. Little recovery here for New Zealand, which is good. A partnership of 39 between 2 camps.
Will continue from the Chatfield end. Bowls to Latham. He's already tonked him down the ground for 6 in this innings. So this is the last ball before drinks, and Robinson just, I don't know whether he really sensed that Nicholls was out of his ground or whether he was just over it, really. Either way, good throw. Oh, that's popped straight up, and it's gone. It's gone. Trying to play the clever shot, Tom Latham. He's going to review.
Third umpire director, we have a play review for catch. I have checked this is a fair delivery. Original decision not out. Please give me the front on screen.
If that arm guard's touching the glove, does it count as 1? They changed the rule.
Rock and roll.
See how the arm guard's touching the glove?
Can you give me the side on, please? Aldridge. Yeah.
Strap on the arm guard. It's a new rule that come on the ground.
Roll forward, roll forward, roll forward. Looks to me miss the gloves and hit that elbow. Okay, can you go with the Aldridge, please? Roll forward, roll forward. Roll forward. Yeah.
That looks close to the edge of the
Can you roll? Can you go in the front? Front vision, please. Roll forward, roll forward. Give me the ultra edge, please, again. Yeah. Can you give me the front arm, please, again? Yeah, I can't see from here. Go back to the ultra edge way. I would like see touch the top of the gloves. Yeah, looks like just touch the top of the gloves, the wristband. Yeah. Go back to on-field number 5, please. Chris, stay with the decision out. Wait for the call, your screen.
Tom Latham can't believe it. He says that's off the arm guard. Aleem Dar has adjudged that to have touched a part of the glove. And that is the part of the glove that goes around the wrist. Right there. And it's a huge call on the context of this test match, and the head shake says it all from Tom Latham. But the scorecard will read, Latham gone for 35, Court Root, bowled Leach, 60 for 4.
Tom Latham departs for 35 of 76 deliveries.
Oh, Daryl Mitchell has come to the crease after what will be a much talked about dismissal. Tom Latham has gone, caught by Joe Root off the bowling of Jack Leach, looking for the reverse sweep. Tom Latham thinks this has come off the arm guard.
He does, and from this angle here it looks like that's the first point of contact is on the strap on the arm guard. Down the line here it looks like it hasn't touched the top of the glove. First point of contact is there. When you look at it side on, you can actually see that before there, you can see a frame before there's actually contact, which I think means that perhaps there was a touch on the top of the glove before it goes into that strap on the arm guard.
That's there. That's the frame right there that Aleem Dar's mind was made up upon.
Yeah, because it's touching something, it's hit something, there's a squiggle, and it's right on top of that glove, or the armband on the glove. The out decision stayed. There'll be disappointment from Latham, I'm sure. Wasn't one of the easiest ones. There's conjecture in the commentary box about whether it was out or not.
Yeah, that one frame would suggest to you too that that is a heck of an on-field call from Chris Gaffney. Well, that's one way to get off the mark. Daryl Mitchell straight down the ground.
Played well in the second innings in the first test loss to Daryl Mitchell. And he's going to continue that aggressive, positive intent that we've seen from him. Good to see. I think New Zealand have to be aggressive to Jack Leach here. They cannot allow him to settle in and give the fast bowlers some breathing space, some time.
A little watchful now on the second.
We can go after him and actually force England to go back to their quicks. Then that's exactly what England did to the New Zealand quicks. The other thing too, Scotty, is that armband. You can see Daryl Mitchell. That is part of the glove. So might not hit the physical glove, but it hits that, just that, it's about 1.5 inches there, but of armband, that counts as the glove.
Oh, yes, Leachy.
It's a good over from Jack Leach, a successful over 2, 64 for 4.
It's one of those decisions that when things aren't going your way, they tend to go against you. There's other times I've seen a similar sort of decision go the other way. This one here looks like it hits the arm guard first, 1 frame back. There, but it's actually hit the glove or the arm 1 frame before, right there. You can see the difference, and then on the left the ball will go another frame and hit the strap on the arm guard. There, that is the difference.
In layman's terms, Tom Latham's undone by 1/24th of a second. 1 television frame, but very hard too, I guess, for Tom Latham to even know. He would have felt it hit the arm guard. So in that, he's technically correct. It's nicely played by Nicholls. Good angle on the back face. But ultimately, he wouldn't have been able to feel that first little brush against the wristband of the glove.
No, that's right. No, that's right. I mean, no issue with the review at all. Had to go upstairs to say a very good decision from Chris Gaffney, because it all happens so quick in real time. So hard to get right. New Zealand 4 down now. England just keep chipping away, don't they? There's a nice wee partnership developing there between Latham and Nicholls. Now these two have to bank in for a while. Nicholls has looked good, 20 from 30, looked very positive. Footwork's been good too.
Not just 4 wickets down, Mac. 4 reviews down in this test too. Hasn't been the greatest use of the DRS from the home side. That pays to mention the great crowd that is in here again today as well, but also I know that around the country here in New Zealand some people are still doing it very tough, and they've been battered again over the last 24 hours, and possibly more rain to come. And for those of you in the hardest hit areas, we haven't stopped thinking of you. There are plenty of ways to donate and help out, so if you're able to, please think of doing so. Plenty of organisations that are running fundraising options for you online for the people of Hawke's Bay and up through Wairoa, Tairāwhiti, East Coast, Gisborne, and I know further north in the west of Auckland too. We'll be needing plenty of assistance. It's been a horror show here over the last few weeks weather-wise for New Zealand, but hopefully we can all come together and help out how and when we can. Oh, that's a good delivery, and it's popped up. Works a long way back. I feel Robinson, for all his figures, he's none for 2 in his 6th over. But can you feel a little frustration developing with Robinson here? There's no doubt that he's in the holding pattern. It's an inside edge onto the pad. Could have gone anywhere. Just feels like he's just, the shoulders are hunched a little here.
Well, they shouldn't be.
I know.
He's bowling beautifully. And he's asking questions, and you feel like he's not far away from picking up his first. Interesting talking about the reviews, Scotty. So far in this series, New Zealand have had 9 reviews. 1 has been overturned. 1 out of 9. England 2 out of 5.
Look, maths isn't a strong suit, Mac, but that to me says they're about twice as good. Jack Leach getting some advice on the boundary. And some last ball of the over. He is bowling well. 22 overs have been bowled here, 65 for 4. It's not making for the greatest reading, that New Zealand card. Latham, the last batsman, dismissed. Caught by Root off the bowling of Leach. Latham going for the reverse sweep. And the ball hitting the wristband of his glove, popping up into the hands of Joe Root, who took the catch with great joy and glee. Leach to continue.
He's a good sweeper of the ball, Henry Nicholls, and it's a shot he's going to use against the ball turning back in from Jack Leach, but he just has to be careful on the surface with the extra bounce. It brings that top edge into play. Surfaces that bounce is higher, more pronounced, sweeping is more difficult.
I wonder if he just read the flight on that delivery too. That one was one that was low and flat from Leach, was unlikely to get that bounce. One that's maybe a little bit more lofted up, slowed up. If you look at the trajectory of that delivery, same that one too, and that one's even better. Gone to the boundary for 4. Same delivery, same pace, better result.
Nice control from Nicholls. Got over top of it. And the fielder was in front of square, which is interesting. That one would normally have gone straight to the fielder. But they've left that gap open behind square with the 45, so maybe looking for a top edge and trying to entice Nicholls to play that shot, because the fielder left a screen on the boundary is probably 10 metres in front of square, which is because the other two fielders are behind.
It's a really interesting leg side field, isn't it? It's like 4 players in a trapezoid formation.
Because short leg has gone behind square, you're only allowed 2 fielders behind square, so short leg has. So that fielder on the boundary has to come in front, which is unusual. Usually short leg's in front, and then you can have that man behind, which I think is probably a better position, but they feel that Nicholls might just work one off his hip. To Ollie Pope at short leg. Got him in almost a leg slip, a leg gully catching.
You can see why it's there, but again they take advantage of that scenario, and it's been hit to the boundary behind square again.
Well, that's the risk you have of having that fielder in front, because the sweep shot's going to go behind, and Nicholls has played 2 really well this over, picked up 2 boundaries. That's just a conventional sweep, and that man there is actually not in play. So I think England just have to make a change here, bring short leg in front, bring the boundary rider back in the direction of where that ball headed.
Exactly what they've done, Mac. Exactly what they've done. That's the end of the over. Not a lot of variation this time from Jack Leach. It's 75 for 4. Ben Duckett coaching Jack Leach, not something you thought you'd see today. He's just been off the field, Ben Duckett. He may have come back with a laundry list of requests from the coaching staff.
Yeah, he looks like he's trying to tell Jack Leach how he should be bowling. It's come from the changing room. A couple of suggestions maybe from the coaching staff in terms of the pace. Being very one-dimensional with the pace. Jack Leach, he can perhaps slow it up and then bowl a quicker delivery. Just mix it up a bit more. Makes the sweep shot more difficult when you've got that.
Yeah, that was the intriguing thing about that last over. Here's Robinson again. Oh, and gets an inside edge. Mitchell runs through. They'll come back for 2. That was the interesting thing about that last over, Mac. Nicholls was reading it too easily. They tried a trick field. It didn't work. Nicholls could trust the pace and bounce, importantly, of Leach's over. And the ball's ranged between 84 and 88 kilometres an hour, all 6. So there was just not a lot of variation in that Leach over. And it will be that variation in pace that draws the false shot out of Henry Nicholls, I think. He's so good on that sweep shot.
Again, Daryl Mitchell's been proactive. He's batting outside his crease. So we saw that from a number of the England batters throughout their innings. Harry Brook, Joe Root. Daryl Mitchell did it in the mount as well. That's what I like about him. He's not prepared to just sit back and say, you can bowl in this area all day long. I'm happy just to let it go. Joy's playing against England. It's a pretty good average.
Does he what?
But he's being proactive. He's saying the odds are more in my favour if I bat a little bit closer to you. And that's the option I'm going to take.
It's a good straight bat. Robinson still has gone for just 4 runs. But look at where he's bowling, Robinson. And you're not surprised to see the grouping there, right on a length.
Yeah, it's a nice grouping, isn't it? To the right and left-hander. It's really consistent around that 6 to 7 metre length. He's just getting the odd one to nip. Just a little bit of nibble, which is all he needs.
Good defence from Daryl Mitchell. He's also the most likely of the New Zealand batters, I think, Mac, to be able to take cues from the opposition, to be able to see what the opposition have done. What can I bring into my game for this test match? He's quite a versatile batter, Daryl Mitchell. He can play a range of different styles. Others will trust what they've done and what they do over and over again. And I feel like Mitchell's a bit of a chameleon like that. Almost a kind of borrower of concepts. And you're still playing miss.
It's good bowling, isn't it? There's still enough help here for England. Again, it's a good length, just a little bit of away movement, drawing Mitchell into forward defence. It's too wide. It's too wide. Look where he's defending. He's not defending his stumps. He's defending really wide. So it's a mistake from Mitchell. Good piece of bowling from Robinson. Good wee battle here. Sometimes the closer you get, the further you bat outside the crease. It makes you want to just push at the ball a little bit at times, just like that last delivery.
Oh my goodness, that came back a long way. Mitchell took 2 steps and Robinson counted it. 77 for 4.
Just on the walk this time. Look how much it nipped back. Almost up around. Up high. Long way down. Good wee battle between Mitchell and Robinson. It's a good spell, isn't it? Really good spell that's just creating pressure, allowing Jack Leach to get into his work as well. The thing about Jack Leach, Sumo, is that he tends to be more of an undercutter. So he's not a big turner of the ball, tends to skid. He doesn't go up and over. Someone like Michael Bracewell tends to go up and over, so get that extra bounce, so get the ball to drop on the batter. Leach tends to undercut it, so it just skids. Occasionally one will grip and turn as well.
We'll keep an eye on ball speeds throughout this Leach over.
If he slowed it up, then sweeping becomes more difficult because the ball sits in the surface longer, and then all of a sudden top edge and that 45 comes into play. Jimmy Anderson on the 45 looking for a little top edge that might come his way.
Yeah, it's got to be a brave decision here, I think, from Leach. Just see if he can take the pace off one.
Oh,
is that out? Has it got the bat? I think it has. It has. It has. Jack Leach gets the breakthrough. Henry Nicholls is gone.
Oh, it's a horrible dismissal. Henry Nicholls looked so good. He's got the reverse out. He's got a little bit of bat on it. Popped up. And Ollie Pope, you have to say, really good catch. Diving to his left. Good awareness. Nicholls had played so well. You question, was it needed at this time? The answer's probably no. Nicholls has to go for 30, and New Zealand is 77 for 5.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 273, Tom Blundell.
I think in cross-examination, New Zealand are going to be found guilty of outthinking themselves here. First Latham, now Nicholls, both dismissed, trying to reverse sweep Jack Leach. This is the Nicholls delivery. Good catch by Ollie Pope. And Nicholls, I think, has stood there disbelieving the decision-making process.
It's a poor shot. You can't get away from that. It's just a poor option. Just trying to re-establish a partnership with Daryl Mitchell. Played the last over well with conventional sweep. Just wasn't needed at this time. There was no pressure. They were just starting to develop something. It's a high-risk shot. And we've seen England play and they're in a different position because they're generally on top of the New Zealand bowlers. We've seen them play, it's worked. So it looks good when it works. It doesn't look quite so good when it doesn't. So it's working out the right time to play something like that.
Well, it's Tom Blundell. Once again, he and Daryl Mitchell charged with salvaging an innings here. They have been such a good combination against England over the last calendar year, but this is a monumental task. And that's good turn from Leach. Very good turn. A little bit quicker, that one.
Nicely bowled. First one that Leach has really got some grip on. Nice release. That has really gone. On day 2, that has gone. Leach has got 2 cheap wickets here. Really 2 wickets that put New Zealand under some more pressure here.
Well, do you think too, Mac, that it shows the importance of having a bowler like Robinson at the other end, turning off the tap? Both Latham and Nicholls feeling that they have to get the scoring going against Jack Leach. He's got to be the guy they target, but then the shot selected. That is what is going to haunt them.
Go, go, go.
Tucked away by Blundell for a single. He's off the mark. That's the end of another successful Jack Leach over at 78 for 5.
What is good to see for a Blackheads fan. It's inside the New Zealand Cricket Museum and they're the one and only World Test Championship mates. So if you haven't had a chance to go, have a look, wrap your eyes on it, feast your eyes on the mates. The next time there's an adequate break for you to go do so and bask in the glory of the Blackheads.
78 for 5. 25 overs in, just 2 scores into double figures. And the 5 that are out. 2 guys, Mitchell and Blundell, just starting. Big gap between the 2 sides at the moment. 357. This Robinson spell has been extraordinary, hasn't it? Into his 8th over now, none for 4. Yeah, just needs that one moment, I think, to break the duck.
Has been. It's not like he's had a defensive field. We've seen a cordon of 4 slips, a gully, a bat pad, 1 man in front of the wicket on the offside. And it's not like then he's just bowled 2 feet wide of off stump, stopped New Zealand scoring. He's attacked the stumps. He's looked likely to get a wicket. Exceptional.
Comes back again. Again, you can leave this on length. By and large, you can leave this on length. So whatever the movement back, and it's sizable, it's certainly good enough. That's bouncing way over the top of the stumps.
Tom Blundell's a local player, so he'll understand better than anyone that that length he can leave safely. It's a good leave. And Ollie Robinson with a very attacking field at one end, drying up the runs. And then Jack Leach at the other. Ben Stokes went to a defensive field but left one option open for the New Zealand players. One gap. And both two of New Zealand's left-handers took that bait. And now they're sitting up in the shed watching. It's good captaincy. That's bowling in partnerships.
Yeah, Macca and Scott came to the conclusion that the shots were not the best judged. And I have to agree. There are still ways of batting. Even if temptation is there in front of you, even if you're trying to put some pressure back on a bowler, trying not to give it all to him. And there are still ways of making those runs. And this pitch, the bounce is, as we've said countless times now in the space of a day and a half, bigger and better than it was at Mount Maunganui. So sweep shot, you always need to be in control. And to be in control, you need to be on top. That's gone slowly but surely, just behind square for a couple.
I think you could see what New Zealand were trying to do. You saw Latham use his feet, hit Leach out of the ground, basically six. So New Zealand would have looked at it and said, look, if we can put pressure on Jack Leach, England have to bring their seamers back. Broad struggled a little bit. He's the guy we can attack. But Stokes very quickly summed that up, set a defensive field on the leg side. They said, look, if you want to play and score runs, it's a high-risk option. New Zealand decided to take that option, and England have benefited. So it's good captaincy from Stokes and good stuff from Jack Leach.
$80 for 5. It's also one of those things that when psychologies of the two teams, or the confidence levels are as they are, you always get the feeling that at the moment England are making their own luck and New Zealand are following the bad luck. That's one of those unwritten rules, isn't it, of sport? When things are against you, even your attempts to try and change the tide or go against the tide sometimes don't work, and when you end up 5 down for 80, you are indeed up against it. And the thing for Jack Leach, Jack Leach specialises in, now he's got his confidence back after a couple of years ago or 18 months ago being rather walloped around Australia. Now he's got his confidence back. He relies on that tightness of line and length. He's reluctant to toss it up particularly. There are little changes of pace. Just likes to create pressure, and if you rail against the pressure and get it wrong, you'll give him wickets. It's also interesting to see Silly Point in so close. That's kind of old-fashioned.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to field there, to be fair, but he's looking for that bounce.
Lovely spot to field.
Yeah, that bounce that we just saw from that ball. Just get your hands out. It's an opportunity for balloon up.
Go.
You almost feel like New Zealand gets sucked into England's tempo, that they have to play aggressively. Whereas New Zealand can play at their own pace. They can take their time. There's still singles on offer. The bad ball's always going to come.
Nice. Bowling that. Very good, boys. Oh, Leachy. Class, mate.
Mitchell has 6 men on the offside. There's a big gap at square leg. No one's back on the leg side boundary, so the temptation again is there for the player to play the sweep shot.
Shane, stop it. You're the ones just saying just now, play your own game.
But it's good captaincy. Mitchell's a straight, likes to hit the ball down the ground. They've blocked that shot. Still can work the ball down the ground for one, but there's men either side of Leach there for a catch if he doesn't get it right. So really what he's saying is your only boundary option if I bowl straight is to play across the line to square leg.
It's a maiden 80 for 5. Yeah, if you want the boundary, yes, you can think about that. If you're happy to play and play yourself in and defend the one, you look at that over, that passed over. Everything straight, turns a millimetre. Nothing much going on from there. That sort of pace, that sort of line and length and trajectory, there's not much turn, so you can back yourself to survive that. You're a proper batsman, as these two both are. Seriously proper batsmen. You can survive all that. Ollie Pope has been in the thick of things under that helmet, close to the bat. He is sharp. Well, that long spell from Robinson comes to an end. It was highly economical, it was threatening, but in the end, wicketless for Ollie Robinson. So Jimmy Anderson gets the ball in his hands again. He's been trying his best to get that ball changed after the early success he enjoyed. Potts for Robinson. Robinson has left the field. Matthew Potts well wrapped up in this breeze. Jimmy Anderson, who started into the breeze, now has it behind him. Good start. Doesn't matter how much padding you don. It's always a space somewhere.
It's both Robinson and Anderson getting sharp movement back, and it's back of a length. So again, not threatening the stumps, just threatening another area that's equally uncomfortable.
It's a nice shot. Anderson pushed it fuller, but it's met with a very straight bat and a very nicely timed bat as well.
Well, New Zealand have their two most successful players over the recent period of time. Again, it's not a bad delivery from Anderson. Blundell out of his crease, just punching the ball. Races away.
Well played, good solid defence. Where were you on batsman handing you the ball, Shane? Picking the ball up. Some people don't like it.
I'd pick it up. I mean, it's never bothered me.
Just nice thing to do, isn't it? I know some bowlers over the years frowned upon it. They said, hang on, that's our ball, leave it alone. They normally came across that piece of water that separates you from the big place to the west.
There's definitely a hostility from Australians about picking the ball up. They did not like it. I didn't quite understand it. If I didn't have to bend down and pick it up, then it was good. I think you get certain players who want that confrontation, anything to get themselves up for the battle, even the simplest things can engage somebody, and all of a sudden their intensity goes up.
84 for 5. You're right, there's a lot of people, as it were, use any excuse just to up the levels. That's a sort of self-motivational thing, isn't it? Because the perfect antidote is just to smile back. Let's use that well-known expression, smile. It confuses people.
Yes, Nut. Very good, Nut.
Certain players, David, you talk about in your scouting about who to talk to, who not to talk to. When Jimmy Anderson, you can see, often engages the batsman when he's grumpy, gets himself up. Certain batters you don't want to talk to, you talk about just ignoring them because they want that confrontation.
Oh,
I used to like just chatting. Just as part of the, shall we say, the relaxation. Just sort of. I mean, normally you're allowed to do it obviously with your partner. But if I came back from a tour, say, and we were playing county cricket in the UK, and you're playing against one of your colleagues from the winter tour, I'd just wander off and chat to them.
That could be frowned upon.
It was. Sort of airborne briefly, but wide of Brook at mid-wicket. Pick up a couple.
So much franchise cricket now, and people across the world know each other much better. You almost see high fives and glove punches, and there's a lot more accepting of people scoring runs, acknowledging success from the other team.
Yeah, in many ways, it's very nice, I think. You don't necessarily have to lose that sense of competition because of it.
Yeah, lovely in there, Popey. Well done, Nut. Get here, lads.
Well, that's turned.
That is nice.
That's the one that turns from Jack Leach. Beats the bat. 86 for 5. Jack Leach looks as surprised as anyone, doesn't he?
This is an absolute scream. This has turned a long way and fast. Not that it's turned, it's quick. This looks like Leach slowed it down a touch. We saw that with Bracewell. When he slowed it down, he got that turn. That's a beauty.
Well, yeah, it looks like it. In the end, though, if you look at the speeds, they're almost identical. That's one thing about Jack Leach. He's so consistent, which I don't think is necessarily a great thing with his speeds. There's not that subtle variation. Well, 86 for 5. Got Anderson at one end, and Leach has just turned on at the other end. It's a nice shot, just pushed away, stood tall, pushed it away on the offside. Yeah, talking to people. Came back from a tour once, county cricket, Leicester against Derbyshire. Jeff Miller, England off-spinner who I've been on tour with, and he'd said to his Derbyshire mates, don't talk to me, because it relaxes me, it helps me. And so I got out there to bat, Grace Road, and I followed him to long off, because he turned his back on me, wouldn't talk to me. Again, it's a good leave. Had to do a lot from there. It did come back, but it had to do a lot from there, so good leave.
The classic is an Alan Border, almost. Yeah, both of them very got into that conflict mode, didn't he, with Australia, withdrew, and it was very adversarial.
Yeah, I mean, in 1985, AB captain Australia, I was captain of England. Luckily we won that series. 1989, AB came back to the UK with revenge in mind. Wouldn't speak to anyone, hardly spoke to his own team, let alone to me. It's when he got the nickname Captain Grumpy. It certainly worked because the results in '89 went all Australia's way. As I say, if I was, I mean, the only words I got from AB for the first 4 Test matches, he would call at the toss. So if you got the heads or tails right, we'll bat. That was it. No conversation. It wasn't until they'd won the Ashes that I actually invited him to my house in Leicester at the time. And he almost apologised, but he said it was just to win the Ashes. That was the key thing. So, of course, did the decent thing. I opened a bottle of champagne, celebrated their win. It was actually him and... you might as well celebrate someone's win.
Did you pay for the champagne as well?
No, that's mine. It's all mine. It was in the cellar. But it was just actually the two of them. It was Alan Border and David Boone, who is the match referee here. So AB and Booney were there quaffing the Bollinger. Other champagnes are available, but I'll give you my address later. Yeah, I was a great believer. I mean, you might as well, when you try your hardest, obviously, you try your hardest to compete, win games, win series. Coincidentally, when New Zealand won their first series, what year was that, 80-something or other, in the UK, and you guys nailed the series at Headingley, and I was still staying in the same hotel for an extra night. And this huge party ensued, of course. People like Martin Crowe, lovely man, Jeff, they were all there in this hotel just outside Leeds, so I thought I'd join them. I took a +1. It was a pot plant from reception. $89 for 5. Actually, I can tell you that plant was very thirsty, as you can imagine. Well, Mitchell and Blundell just digging in. 9 and 9 respectively. Strike rates down in the 30s for Mitchell, 45 for Blundell. Jack Leach has 2 for 25. 2 sweeps, 2 wickets. Now that one turning at the end of his last over. We've got slip in the gully and well as that silly point. Just tinkering with square leg. So Broad comes from just behind square to just in front of square. No one behind square at all on the onside, just the 2 men in total on the onside. Temptation being dangled.
Oh, wait on. That's fine, that's that, bud. Moving today now, Brookie. Nice chat. There, boys.
Yeah, it's like putting a big sign up on the big screen saying there's lots of space behind square.
As a batsman, is it hard not to get distracted when a captain gives you such open spaces?
Depends on your powers of concentration, really, and your confidence to defend this particular line and length. Pick up the 1. There's nothing to stop you, just shutting off that temptation. And because we've talked about sort of the way luck seems to go, and the 2 shots that have been designed to find the gap deliberately when it's there, when the temptation is there, have failed. So you learn the lesson. If in 2 hours' time you're still there and everything has fallen into place, well, then you can be a little bit more adventurous.
Oh yes.
But they're okay, dare I say it, it looks to me as though these 2 are both playing very nicely normally. Okay, the odd one might turn as it did at the end of the over last time round, but these things happen.
the other thing Leach hasn't done is drifted down league side either, so he hasn't offered a free shot or a free hit at the sweep shot. So that consistency of line is nagging away.
Yeah, it feels slightly different between Mitchell and Blundell, isn't it? Because we've now got for Mitchell, you've got the square leg has gone behind square again. Now mid-on was deep, has now come in saving one. And that one drifts just a little bit to the man behind square. It all fits. 90 for 5. First things first here for these two, for Mitchell and Blundell. Get through to the next break, which is 5 minutes or so, maybe just under away here. It's little targets, sometimes big targets. The little targets just get you down to the next stage, up to the next stage. Right, so it might be 1 over to survive till tea. Depends how Anderson gets through this one. Slices away, it's good fielding. There's actually, just talking about, before we get to talking about Leach and the way to play. The magician of stats has sent something through. And both Mitchell and Blundell have a very good record in terms of the matchup against Leach. Mitchell's been out once, averaging 164. Blundell out once, averaging 146.
Well, it shows a degree of comfort and obviously a well thought out game plan, which these men have executed for a long period of time.
Also means they've probably played 1 or 2 test matches against him. You go back to the UK, previous UK summer, where both actually made runs, good runs. And where spin was not the major weapon. And for the record, they averaged, I think, 120 it was, or is, Blundell and Mitchell in partnership. Well, 2 balls left. England should try and press to get that next over in as well. Now we have the digital clock at Mount Maunganui. We're analog here in Wellington, and oh my, it's not even due to start yet, for heaven's sake. The memorial clock has run out of memory. It's a lovely clock, it's just useless. Umpires will go by their watches, won't they? Tuckage. Slightly weary leg there, I think Stuart Broad. They might have to put too many overs in here in England. That's the great thing about having a side 94 for 5. Right, can Jack Leach get another one to turn before tea? Or will Darren Mitchell just see it through? It's all right. Came, didn't quite get as close to it as he wanted, but adjusted. Which you're definitely allowed to do. Blundell just able to nudge it away on the grounds that Leach has dropped a fraction short. He's basically anticipating there's not going to be any great turn.
There's an extra man on the leg side, the onside for Mitchell, plus the deep bit off, so they clearly think there's a very different style of play, Mitchell to Blundell.
Nice nut, nice nut. Good foul.
Well, there's some bloke with a computer who spends hours every night working these things out, isn't there?
Good here, mate. Oh, Leach, I love it.
One to go, one ball to go.
Sorry, guys, screen.
It's like issue with the screen, apparently.
Blue.
A nightmare for Daryl Mitchell.
Well, if it was over the wicket and you got that sort of red ball, big red ball, I could understand it. Just you got to giggle, haven't you? I mean, it's the silliest of things, isn't it? I wonder how much they make from that advert on the screen. Oh, what a catch. That is almost unbelievable, but your eyes are not deceiving you. Ollie Pope so close in there. And there was perfect anticipation. It was one of those from Jack Leach that just looped a wee bit, this forward stretch, hit high up the bat. That is the perfect way for England to finish this session.
That was gamesmanship from the scoreboard, and then a little bit from Stokes. Ollie Pope has been unbelievable in there. He's so close, but the anticipation is what got him that catch. Jack Leach, brilliant.
New Zealand 96 for 6.
Well, caught Pope, assisted by the sight screen. Bowled Leach. What a way for England to finish that session. What disappointment for Daryl Mitchell. That's that slow, horrible trudge off the field. One ball to go. If he'd survived that, he'd come out again after tea with bigger and better plans. But no, that is his day potentially done. For Ollie Pope, smiles all round. I mean, that was just a brilliant effort. So close to start with, anticipated beautifully, moved quickly, never looked like dropping it. By the time the distance between bat and ball was only, what, 1.5 meters or so? No more than 2 meters. So everything England do, it seems, the moment turns to gold. So with that wicket falling to the last ball before tea, it's 6 down for 96. Mitchell gone for 13. Couple of 30s, honourable 30s in amongst the carnage. Otherwise single figures. Blundell will start 12 not out in 20 minutes time. 3 and 3. 3 to Anderson, 3 to Leach. Broad and Robinson have both bowled well. Robinson actually better than Broad, I would say. I mean, the figures are extraordinary for Robinson. 8 overs, 4 maidens, number 6. But the wicket taking is the key. On another day, I'm sure he would have picked up wickets, but England overall will play the team card and say they're very happy to have New Zealand 6 down and still behind by a massive 339.
Kia ora, good afternoon. Welcome back to the Chellow Basin Reserve. It is a gloomy afternoon here in Wellington, and that's just the mood of the Black Caps. Jack Leach has 3 wickets, James Anderson the same, and that was the last of them. Leach bowling to Daryl Mitchell, pushing forward and only managing to pop the ball up to Ollie Pope in close at silly point, and it was a fine catch in the end. Daryl Mitchell, well, he's probably still in shock actually. Did not expect that to go to hand, and yet Pope has proved so adept fielding in that spot. So New Zealand, it makes for tough reading. They trail by 359 runs here. 6 wickets down, heading into the final session. It looks like Stuart Broad's going to open up for England in this session, and Frankie Mackay's joining us in commentary. It was a fine session for England. Frank able to take wickets, able to build pressure, and ultimately able to restrict New Zealand's scoring rate.
Yeah, they've just managed to keep themselves ahead of the game once again. Stuart Broad wicketless so far, but 3 for Anderson, 3 for Leach means that New Zealand finds themselves 6 down. Just 96 runs on the board. Very impressive pieces of fielding as well by Ollie Pope. Been excellent in that short leg position, silly mid off. Sometimes that's what you want as a side. You just takes a little bit of brilliance to get through, and that's what we've seen twice from Ollie Pope.
Well, he's on his home track, Michael Bracewell. The first time in tests, and he's come out at a time where his country needs him most. No stranger to conditions here, that's one thing. Nor is Tom Blundell. Both Wellington lads out there trust each other, they have to. And I'm sure they've had a word during the tea break just to say we have got to find a way through this day. Keep our wickets. Scoreboard doesn't matter as much as you may think. It's wickets now, and they need to be protected at all costs.
Yeah, whilst it is Michael Bracewell's home ground, perhaps worryingly so, only averages just a tick under 28 here at the Basin Reserve. Hasn't necessarily been a happy home ground for Michael Bracewell.
You could change that.
Great day to change it.
A tough day to change it, but what a day that would be. It's a funny stat, that, isn't it? You'd think that a lot of players, I think of Kane Williamson at Seddon, where he scores runs at will, for example. Broad straight on a spot here.
Yeah, I mean, Devon Conway, it's his home ground as well, and before his innings today, average, first class average, 101 at the Basin Reserve. Never played a test match here. Wasn't necessarily a happy start on that front, but it is a ground where he has scored a truckload of runs.
Well, they're going to have to bat twice, New Zealand, we know that much. So a chance too for atonement for Devon Conway. I think with a record like that, you've got to go away, put today behind you, come out next time and think, look, this is what I do, this is my job. He's more than capable. And we know that. Blundell scampers through for one.
Yeah, and you do. You have grounds around the place that, for whatever reason, be it conditions that suit, be it the fact it is your home ground, so you get to spend the night at home. Whatever it is, there are just surfaces, there are grounds that you enjoy playing at, become your favourites. Often probably become your favourite because you've had success there, and that just chicken and egg situation. But there are definitely grounds where you just turn up to and it just feels good. You feel like you are likely to find success there.
What's interesting about today too, or certainly the last couple of days, is because it's been predominantly a southerly wind, that pitch hasn't dried out like you would expect if there had been wind from the north, for instance. So still moisture left in that pitch. Maybe in the case of other test matches it would have evaporated a little quicker than it has here at the Basin. It's been a day where rain has threatened but not followed through. It was drizzly this morning, damp this morning, but so far so good. Rain is forecast a little later this afternoon.
And whilst that may mean a slightly earlier finish today, which I'm sure the Black Caps wouldn't be too disappointed about in their current situation, you also run the risk that it's just that light drizzle that comes in and that just settles and that just puts that moisture straight back into the surface.
That's right. Broad again. Nicely turned away, and Bracewell's off the mark. Second ball, he's happy with one.
Colour of the surface has definitely lightened up though. There is that great coverage of grass across the top that means that there has been something there for the seam bowlers. There's also been a bit for the spinners as well. And that turn has probably been sharper than we've seen previously here at the Basin. So there is that sign that it is starting to just lighten up in colour, which is good signs for New Zealand. Should mean that we're heading into the days that batting becomes the easiest here at the Basin.
Both Lawrence and Potts on the field, 2 substitute fielders on for England. We'll let you know who they're on for in just a moment's time. That's the end, though, of the first over after tea. It's 98 for 6.
The reason Michael Bracewell's out in the middle is because of this bit of brilliance from Ollie Pope. The anticipation, just see the weight shift towards the right as he gets into the defensive shot. High on the bat once again, just sticks the right hand out and grabs it. Good piece of bowling, good control, but excellent anticipation and grab from Pope.
Yeah, it was a great catch. Great catch. Turned Daryl Mitchell into a carnival clown there too. Watching on.
That will have felt as well to Mitchell that that's almost happened in slow motion. He would have played the defensive shot, seen it balloon ever so slightly up off the top of the blade, and would have then seen Pope moving to his right to take that, and it would have felt like just slow motion. And the look on his face, so that showed what was going through his mind, that the surprise, the shock, the devastation all just rolled into one, and it just meant another wicket for England, number 6, and right before the break as well. Just not what New Zealand needed, and so often you see when it's going your way, that's what tends to happen. It just keeps going. At the moment, it is all England.
Still got that short leg behind square. Man on the 45. Short fine. Square leg in place and short mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket in case Bracewell wants to tee off on one. Interesting field set, this.
I actually like that. I think they've done their homework, and at the moment so far through his career at Bracewell, he's been a little bit block bash. So it just means he's been prepared to sit on good bowling, but only for a period of time. Then he wants to free the arms up, open the shoulders.
Well, that's a nice shot, and there's no one there. And it was a similar situation with Henry Nicholls when he was playing that shot against Leach. And that man in close to the bat, because he's behind square, they can't have two. And so there is a gap just behind square in the deep, which they have changed now.
It's actually really well played to bring up the 100 for New Zealand. Right over top of it. Took the line and the length well, did Bracewell.
Goes again, and there's that fielder back.
And actually quite like the start from Bracewell. I think he's one that needs to still be positive in the way he goes about things. He cut his teeth in the white ball formats. We've seen how destructive he can be. So it's allowing him to still have that intent to score, intent to put pressure back on the bowlers. And by doing that, I actually think he has better movement around the crease. He gets himself into better positions to be able to defend. So I like how clear and proactive he's been since he's arrived at the crease.
Lovely, pal. Lovely that, mate.
Well, he proved to everyone his value as a batter in T20 cricket in the domestic Dream 11 Super Smash. 1-4, 1 not out for Wellington. in a chase that most would have given up on. Came in with his side 5 down and led them to victory. Extraordinary innings that was. Was given higher honours and seems destined to be here for a while yet. It's 103 for 6.
And he essentially did the same thing against India, in India as well. Came out and what felt like at the time almost an improbable chase. Got the side so close, only dismissed in the last over with 120 next to his name.
There's a man with a bit of history with this New Zealand side, both as player and coach. John Bracewell, Tom Bartlett alongside him, commentating for radio here at the Basin today. Find that line and length to Bracewell's good. It's challenging length up into the hip of Bracewell. He'll be looking to go after that. It does require you to be able to swivel quickly, get into good position. He's going to look at that kind of delivery from Broad and think to himself, okay, how do I put Broad off here? He's batting inside his crease, Bracewell. Across the stumps, lets it go through to Woakes.
It's just a bit of patience at this stage for Bracewell. 3 slips in place, but also 2 men out on the hook and the pull. So it's a little bit of that mixed plan. And it'll just be for Broad here, it'll just be trying to unsettle the footwork of Bracewell. So he just needs to be clear and concise around what he's doing and how he's going to try and take Broad on.
Straight back to him. Just like that, Stuart Broad finally gets a wicket. Michael Bracewell, he stands in disbelief, and he has popped the simplest of return catches to Stuart Broad.
Just innocuous, really, from Broad. Just on a length, outside off stump. Sits in the surface somewhat, perhaps, and Bracewell just threw the shot. It's trying to stop on the shot, trying to offer some control. But all he ends up doing is just knocking it, almost catching practice, straight back to Stuart Broad. Takes a comfortable catch, does Stuart Broad. Caught and bowled, Bracewell for 6, New Zealand 103 for 7.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 237. And the captain of New Zealand, Tim Southee.
Well, the captain is out there in the middle in his 92nd Test match. One of the best came about a long time ago, 77 not out. And Tim Southee is not there to bash a couple of boundaries and say, that's my contribution. He's there now genuinely to save this test. Michael Bracewell will not want to replay that one, and he knows it. Not entirely sure how. He's not entirely sure how. Stuart Broad doesn't care. It's another wicket for him. Stuart Broad's just had a Ted Striker drinking problem out there by the looks. His water's gone down the wrong pipe, which is not ideal.
Good to know it happens to the best of us.
Never thought a drinks break would be a choking hazard. 7th caught and bowled for Stuart Broad in Test match cricket. We've already seen 2 in this test. Matt Henry picked up a goodie earlier today. Now Stuart Broad. Tim Southey now facing up to Broad, who I believe is the only seamer on the park at the moment. A couple of substitute fielders on, Potts and Lawrence. Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson, I think, still both off the park, just putting the feet up for a little. Broad to Southey. And he's off the mark straight away. Nice shot of Robinson there. He's back on the park. Still no Anderson. He's back in the cryo chamber. Blundell lets that one go. Lots of excitement in the cordon. Not entirely sure it was warranted.
Just bringing some excitement to the middle English side. A comfortable leave from Tom Blundell, but always brings about a little bit of excitement from the slips cordon waiting on. Not sure it was quite that close, Broad, but he's an excitable character when he's got ball in hand.
Well, he is, and you mentioned the fact that his first spell today was slightly off by his lofty standards, but you just always sense that he would find a way to get himself into this game, and he's certainly done that, and that's a good piece of fielding too. England's been sharp in that department today. And that was Potts, the substitute fielder. 36 overs are done, 105 for 7. This is when you know you've earned the right, isn't it? Bowl a quick spell, going for a cup of tea, come back out, swap with your old mate. Jimmy Anderson returns. Potts will stay on the field and Jack Leach returns. 3 for 37. Jack Leach today, he's proved his value.
I think even if you'd asked Jack Leach at the start of play today, did he expect to have 3 wickets next to his name with the best part of a session still to play, even he would have said no.
Bracewell took 2. Leach now has 3. Can't remember when spin bowlers took this many wickets in the first 2 days of a test at the Basin Reserve.
Oh, what?
Hurried on to Blundell, who was good enough to keep it out.
Hasn't necessarily been a happy hunting ground for spinners. The last few tests, it's 14 wickets at an average of 53.
Wait.
Nicely played, but straight to the fielder. Stokes, stationed there at cover.
Last spin bowler to take a 5-wicket haul in the first 10 innings of a test. Wellington, Stephen Bock, back in 1985.
Brilliant, mate.
Very handy spinner. Picked up that 5-for against Pakistan. So it's been a little while between drinks. Spinners to have had their way here at the Basin Reserve.
$38 years worth. Well, Jack Leach should back himself and continue to do so, especially when he's got the likes of Anderson and Broad bowling with him in tandem.
Yeah, we got bowlers at one end keeping it tight, and that's traditionally how we would have thought about how the spinner would try and operate. There's a bit of turn, definitely bounce on offer as well.
Go.
I spoke in the last session about the fact that, well, just wondering whether Jack Leach might be tempted just to take pace off 1 or 2, but he hasn't. He hasn't deviated from what's essentially his stock ball. Every ball in this over, 88, 86, 87, 86, 88 kilometres per hour. He's just stuck to tried and tested. And that's probably added to the frustration for New Zealand. They're not seeing different pictures. They're not getting the right results. That's a good shot, though. Blundell decides to go after one to finish the over. It's 1-1-1 for 7.
And just good footwork from Blundell, gets himself deep in the crease, and then everyone up is essentially able to just pick a spot, decide where he wants to put that. Good finish to the over for Blundell.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's the skipper.
Another 6 to the tally for Tim Southee. It's a scrambled seam, back of a length, top of stump sight. Just climbs into that one, does Southee.
Well, here we are thinking, nice patient knock. Fended about the place, keep your side on the hunt, gets through the session. Tim Southee says, man, I'll just crack one of the best in the world over the boundary for 6. Thanks for coming.
Well, it already got rid of one of the catches. Now they've popped into a mid-wicket position. So already a little bit more scope now outside the off stump to be making a mistake.
Now for the reply. Well fielded Pope again, as you'd expect.
I think that's the signal about how Southee's going to play. Finds his side 117 for 7. And there is the theory that on a wicket that's doing a bit, that eventually there'll be a ball that's got your name on it. And if you're a tail ender, that ball probably comes about a little bit more often than it does for those batting up the top. So Southee deciding the best way forward, try and get some boundaries, try and take it on.
Well, they may not be playing to their full capability, this New Zealand side, but what we do know about them is they're scrappers. Historically, they've been scrappers. They've dug in. Sometimes they've managed to salvage games where you wouldn't have thought it possible. It's the kind of mindset that's required here. Three slips in place. This one goes through. Blundell will control things from here. May allow Southee just to free the arms a little more. Blundell, such a steady operator.
Well, we've seen the blueprint from him already. Saw it at the Mount. Ability to bat long period of time. And then at the end, bat with the tail. Was sensible about how he went about it, and then could really put a flourish on things at the end. Really showed off his ability to score quickly as well.
Well, there's a big yes, no. There was a maybe not, and then a definite no. Pope with a rare misfield.
That's the last thing you need in the New Zealand side. Find yourself 7 down and in trouble. Last thing you need is a little run out.
The old yeah, nah. Tim Southee, at least he's still smiling about it. some positivity. Last ball of the over, flicked down into the pitch, and it's 118 for 7. Haven't seen Ben Stokes bowling since. Haven't needed to, in fairness. Pope's going to go back under the lid. Jake Patel's rugged up nicely. Paul Collingwood, Baz McCullum. I would say that looks like a very comfortable coaching group, but it looks like a very cold coaching group right now, up on the balcony of the Ewan Chatfield Pavilion here at the Basin. He's sitting there facing a stiff breeze over the last couple of days, but their side hasn't faced a lot of headwind. In fact, it's been spinnakers up and sailing at pace here for this England team. Managed to put 430 on the board before Ben Stokes declared, right after Joe Root had passed 150.
Yeah, mate, lovely ball.
For the upteenth time in his career.
Brilliant, Paul. Oh, wait up, wait up. Oh, Leach.
Leach asking questions. Asking questions. The consistency of Leach is quite phenomenal. He's been able to control that delivery, the pace of it.
Wait on. Nice rubber hands, Robbo. Lovely, lads.
It'll just be whether he's prepared to toss the odd one up to Tim Southee. The tempter, the carrot.
Yeah, we've been waiting.
Go.
That's nicely played by Southee. Should be a couple there. Stuart Broad hunts it down.
He's not against hitting sixes, Tim Southee. 77 his test match career so far. I know he's a player who likes to take it on, so he's a spinner that almost can bring you into the game.
Oh, nice, mate.
Forward and safe. 120 for 7. "77 sixes, you say, Frankie Mackay, Tim Southee. Is that good?"
It's pretty handy. There's not too many more that have hit more sixes than him.
"15th on the all-time list. Tim Southee. It's not bad. Shows he's having fun.
1 6 less than MS Dhoni.
You mean 1-6, not 16, just one less. MS Dhoni.
Finds himself in some pretty fine company when it comes to six hitting, that's for sure. There's Southee.
Well, his opposing captain broke the record last week at Mount Maunganui, so he sits top of the all-time list with 109. And that is nasty little inside edge from Blundell. There is the man himself. Overtook his coach, Brendan McCullum.
Three wise men.
Paul Collingwood, open your eyes. Yeah, there he is, awake. He's awake. He was just visualising on behalf of the team.
The most Test sixes. There's some impressive names on that list. It's the three who've managed to crack the 100 mark. Stokes, McCullum, Gilchrist. Another New Zealander on the list.
Well, there's a player in this Test match who may well be up on that list sooner rather than later. First name Harry, second name Brooke. Top edge flies over the top of Wokes. Down to the boundary for 4.
Well, if you're going to swing hard is the mantra. Tim Southee won't leave the short ball alone. It is only chest height. You can see all the weight on that back foot from Southee. Trying to get underneath it, trying to hit it all the way. All he manages. Big, thick top edge, which just evades the outstretched hand, Finn Folkes. And because of that, brings about a change in the field. Gets rid of another one of those slip fielders. Goes down into a fly slip position, stationed maybe 15 metres, 20 metres off the boundary, in behind first slip.
And that is a T20 fielding position. Genuinely. Oh, that he's got hold of Tim Southee. He really has. Onto the bank here at the Basin Reserve, dropped in the crowd, but 6 more to Southee's name. Now equal with MS Dhoni on the all-time list.
Yep, that's number 78 for Southee. Clears that front leg out of the way. Just swats that up onto the bank. That is clean striking from Southee. Not a clean catch though. Had a good look at it, 2 hands to it.
Oh, that man there in the green pants, he was in danger of slipping down the concrete. Oh, he's happy about something. Got himself in an awful position, in fairness. Although I'm not going to tell him that. Slow ball from Broad. And that brings the over to an end. 1-3-1 for 7.
She was a trophy Hayfield, big fella. Top of the morning, amazing. I think you guys actually some better afternoon. You are providing a lot of them around, getting the boys around here, getting the team around here. So again, I was listening, sir. Well, we don't actually have time for any boys to put it down. So what I'd like you to do is play something we all know and then get behind the man, the one and only Frenchie.
Well, scores are rocketing. 131 for 7. Southee 21 off 14 balls, 2 sixes now. Blundell playing very solidly at the other end, 20 for 47. England just pondering how to change things around yet again. Most things England have done today have worked very nicely for them, including that sight screen, appalling sight screen incident just before tea. Beautiful catch from Ollie Pope, but disruption from the side screen being turned the wrong way.
Oh, yeah, lovely bud, lovely bud.
Yes, England can do no wrong at the moment, David.
Indeed, indeed.
New Zealand, on the other hand, struggling. Really struggling.
Let's just leave it there. Blundell's played well and sensibly. Looking for that gap between the square leg and the wide mid-on. Those are the only two men on the onside. Didn't quite, the bottom edge on it, of course.
Leach has done a good role here, hasn't he? On a surface that everyone's thinking the seamers would pick up all the wickets. Spinner's done a good job.
Lovely, bad rock, get there, mate.
Yeah, we saw with Bracewell earlier today, there's a bit of turn. Bracewell will bowl it slower than Leach, as a general rule, and will offer more air more often. But yeah, the reverse sweeps, the couple of sweep shots, orthodox reverse that brought wickets, then an extraordinary Ollie Pope catch just before tea.
I always felt whenever there was a fielder in that close on the offside, my goal as a batter was to try and hit him. The best way of getting rid of him or making him not want to be there to catch the ball was to try and pretend I was going to hit him. So whistle a couple past the shins, and then also take the hands back a little bit further in the back lift as if you're going to hit every ball hard. And all of a sudden they just take a step back and they tend to disappear.
Yeah.
That's a sweet shot. Very sweet shot. Finishes off the over, 135 for 7. Well, I used to field at Silly Point, and you'd watch for exactly those things. Then it became a sort of matter of principle, and yeah, and good shin guards. But last ball before tea, as the Silly Point, you know that, or you can take a really serious gamble, easy gamble, that someone's just going to try and defend. And that's exactly what Ollie Pope did.
When those hands go back, it's very hard not to flinch, just a little bit, isn't it, when you're in that close? And you're right, Daryl Mitchell last over, you add all those things up and it says that more than likely he's going to defend the ball so I can get in as close under his nose, and that's what worked.
Yeah, I will say if you've understood the role of Silly Point properly, you'll see the hands go back and you might flinch, but you also keep an eye on what's going on. You don't turn until the shot comes into play.
And also in your day, David, which was previous times, I'm guessing there was no helmet on the offside.
No, not needed.
Probably no big
shin guards. There's a couple of schoolboy shin guards from the... Oh, now there's... I was going to say got to be a bit of a rush here, but no, it's all good. It's a good run by Blundell. Southey had to get rocket assisted to get going there.
So you certainly didn't have the assistance and the padding that the modern day player has now in those fielding positions.
That's the reason, by the way, Southey was hesitant, because it had just clipped the glove, hadn't it? So there was a little bit of pain to contend with, and there's Blundell saying, come on, run.
And when you've got all the padding on that the modern day player has, there's actually no need to flinch. And quite often you'll see in terms of their technique, they just put the head down if you're short leg, and the hands go to the ground as well.
Yeah, I did short leg once or twice as well. Very, very, very different. Good place to get out of.
Yeah.
It's always those two positions, good positions to feel poorly in, so that you don't get asked back. Generally, it's the youngster on the side. Through my time, it was the youngster.
Yeah, for short leg, for sure. Yeah, the most expendable.
You're the youngest. You've got no option. You're in there, son.
Even if you can't catch, you've got to stand there. But Silly Point was very different. I mean, I actually enjoyed feeling at Silly Point. You have your moments there, and they make it worth it. The catches, the instinctive flick back for a run out, that sort of thing. Yes, much better to be on the offside than on the onside for that close fielding. Whoa. Whoa. Well, Broad, good to try the Yorker. That's a very good option when you've got someone like Tim Southey looking to tee off. So the Yorker is good. And then I think, who knows, I think he sort of changed his mind on the throw because Southey was standing right in front of the stump. So it looks even worse if you throw it and hit the opposing captain on the body somewhere. So I think he just sort of allowed it to sort of sit in the hand a bit and just looks ordinary, but ooh, a little swish outside the off stump.
It's almost a position that's gone out of the game, isn't it? Silly mid-off. It was, you think of the spinners, it's generally more the leg slip that's come into play quite often.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, and the reason for that, I think, is that with the DRS changing the way batsmen played, whereas the old style defence, to say the slow left arm of a Leach was bat and pad very close together, side by side, which allowed the ball to hit the pad first, slide onto the bat and slide out to silly point. That was the classic silly point dismissal. That's changed.
Yeah, that's very true. There's the batter has to use his bat more now than perhaps in previous years gone by, where you could just thrust the pad, the bat behind it, and you'd be okay. Not now with Mr. DRS in play.
Dr. S. 138 for 7. That's some gorgeous views of this ground from around and about. The gorgeous view of the card, not quite so glamorous. And there's a bit of fight down the order now. Blundell playing sensibly, Southey chancing his arm.
Yeah, well, Tim Southey not known for his defence. And sometimes the best form of defence is to attack, so that's the way Tim Southey, the New Zealand captain's going. 23 from 18. 2 big sixes. Yeah, still being selective in the balls he's looked to attack and defend.
Just wondering if I'm sure about that. With the sixes he's hit, he has hit very cleanly.
It's interesting that the sixes he hit, I was sitting with Shane Bond, and they were top of off. They were really good deliveries. It's like that rain has just got a little bit heavier again. Another shower coming across the ground that we saw similar sort of time yesterday too. Umpires having a discussion. Stay on.
Well, I mean, umpires are encouraged to stay on as best they can. And of course, there are all sorts of reasons for staying on, all sorts of reasons for coming off. They've got to judge how heavy the rain is, how imminent it will be for it to get worse, what's fair, what's not. One or two background issues we're aware of as well. It's not heavy. It is what you might call persistent drizzle, which is enough anyway to send the covers on. You have the players not exactly racing for cover. Gentle discussion of events as batters and bowlers leave the field together. Yeah, so it's that sort of rain that just tips the balance against continuing to play. Frustrates those that think that's only a little bit of water.
Saw it yesterday, didn't we, David? About similar time. It wasn't overly heavy, but it was heavy enough for the umpires to say bring out the covers. And you look at it now and you sort of feel like, oh, I wouldn't probably go off for it, but players have gone off. Ground staff into their work, making sure they get that pitch covered. opportunity for the players to sign some autographs for the fans that are queuing up. Seeing it as an opportunity to get their favourite players, sign a bat or an autograph book. Covers have gone on, come off, gone on, and look like they may be about to come off again. Hopefully that's what is about to happen. It's a bit of a mixture. There is the odd shower passing through the Wellington area. In the state of the game, in case you're just catching up, well, it's been all England. 435 for 8, big hundreds for Harry Brook and Joe Root in New Zealand. Oh, that batting order has struggled again. 138 for 7. Struggled against James Anderson, who has 3 for 37. Jack Leach has done an important role as a spinner. 3 for 45, and New Zealand still trail by 297, which is a long, long way away. Well, if you've just joined us, you're going to be lucky enough. We've got some highlights. It's been entertaining today, so sit back and enjoy what's gone on day 2 here in Wellington.
Early in the day, but when it works like that, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Oh, he's got it at the second attempt. Matt Henry has got exactly what New Zealand wanted and needed at the start of this second day. Firm drives, just slightly uppish and straight back at the bowler, clutched at the second attempt. And it is the end of a brilliant innings from Harry Brook, who will be ruining the fact that the golden opportunity to make a double hundred for the first time in his career, let alone in his Test career, has just gone begging. But Matt Henry did well there just to keep his eye on the ball. Finally grabs it, and a big sigh of relief.
Magnificent 186 from Harry Brook.
Very, very rapidly. So for New Zealand at the start of this second day, can they fight back again? Can they trim this partnership down in a hurry? Can they play themselves back into the game?